Colleagues, before we begin our proceedings, I would like to take a few words.
As was the case for the previous recall of the House, the arrangements we are normally accustomed to will be different today. There are fewer of us present, and other special measures have been put in place based on the recommendations of public health officials.
To that end, I understand that there will once again be agreement to see the application of Standing Order 17 suspended for the current sitting to allow members to practice physical distancing. I encourage all members to follow this and other recommended best practices during today's proceedings. Therefore, members desiring to speak and address the chair may do so from any seat in the House. De plus,
in addition, we will suspend the sitting every 45 minutes for 1 minute in order to allow employees who provide support for the sitting to substitute each other safely.
En toute sécurité. Finally, I ask that all members tabling a document or moving a motion sign the document and bring it to the table themselves.
I wish to inform the House that pursuant to Standing Order 28.3, I sent a notice calling the House to meet this day, and on Thursday, April 9th, 2020, I sent each member a message explaining the reasons for this recall. I now lay on the table the notice calling the House to meet.
La Chambre. Okay. The Honourable Government House Leader.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we're gathered here today in a time of great concern and uncertainty about the COVID-19 pandemic. This is something we have never been through before.
Delivering a clear and unified message to Canadians. We will not let you down. We will not forget you. We will support you in this time of crisis. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe, if you seek it, that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, the application of Standing Orders 15, 17, and 56.1 be suspended for the current sitting.
B,
the government responses to petitions 431-00046 to 431-00123 be tabled immediately, and that those to questions on the order paper numbered Q-260 to Q-308 and Q-310 to Q-368 be made into orders for returns, and that the said returns be tabled immediately.
C,
Tuesday, March 24th, 2020, and this day shall not be considered as sitting days for the purposes of Standing Orders 34.1, 37.3, 51.1, and 110, and subsection 28.12 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons.
D, Minister of Finance entitled A Second Act Respecting Certain Measures in Response to COVID-19 be deemed to have been introduced and read a first time in order for consideration at second reading later this day. E, statements by ministers be taken up immediately following the adoption of this order, and that a member of the Green Party also be permitted to reply to the statement. F, après les répliques à la...
Following the responses to the ministerial statement, the House shall resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider matters related to the COVID-19 pandemic for a period not exceeding 2 hours, and provided that during the proceedings of the committee, 1, the Speaker may preside, 2, the Chair may preside from the Speaker's chair, 3, the Chair shall call members in a fashion consistent with the proportions observed during oral questions. 4, no member shall be recognized for more than 5 minutes at a time which may be used for posing questions to a Minister of the Crown or a Parliamentary Secretary acting on behalf of the Minister. 5. Members may be permitted to split their time with one or more members by so indicating to the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for the proceedings, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the committee shall rise. G. When the Committee of the Whole rises, the House shall begin debate on the motion for second reading of the bill referred to in paragraph D. A member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the said motion for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments, provided that members may be permitted to split their time with another member, and at the conclusion of the time provided for the debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put without further debate or amendment, provided that, if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred, and that, if the bill is adopted at second reading, it shall be referred to a Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage on division, and deemed read a third time and passed on division.
H.
H. When the bill referred to in paragraph D has been read the third time and passed, the House shall adjourn until Monday, April 20th, 2020, provided that, for the purposes of any standing order, it shall be deemed adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28. And, for greater certainty, the provisions of paragraphs M to P of the order adopted on Friday, March 13th, 2020, and subparagraph F2 and paragraphs I to M of the order adopted on Tuesday, March 24th, 2020, remain in effect.
E.
I. During the period the House stands adjourned, the House may be recalled under the provisions of Standing Order 28.3 to consider measures to address the economic impact of COVID-19 and its impacts on the lives of Canadians.
If, during the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the Speaker receives a notice from the House leaders of all recognized parties indicating that it is in the public interest that the House remain adjourned until a future date or until future notice is given to the Speaker. The House will remain adjourned accordingly, provided that, in the event of the Speaker being unable to act owing to illness or other cause, the Deputy Speaker or either of the Assistant Deputy Speaker shall act in the Speaker's stead for all purposes of this paragraph. K. During the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, any return, report, or other paper required to be laid before the House in accordance with any act of Parliament or in pursuance of any order of this House may be deposited with the Clerk of the House on any Wednesday, provided that committee reports presented pursuant to an order of this House may be deposited at any time. Such return, report, or other paper shall be deposited electronically and shall be deemed for all purposes to have been presented to or laid before the House. L.
L. During the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the Standing Committee on Health, the Standing Committee on Finance, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, and the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, may hold meetings for the sole purpose of receiving evidence related to the COVID-19 pandemic, provided that, at such meetings, 1. Committee members shall attend and witnesses shall participate via either video conference or teleconference. 2. Committee members attending by video conference or teleconference shall be counted for the purposes of quorum. 3. Proceedings shall be made available to the public via the House of Commons website. 4. Notices of membership substitutions pursuant to Standing Order 114.2 may be filed with the clerk of each committee by email. And further provided that these committees, 1, shall meet at least once per week unless the whips of all recognized parties agree not to hold a meeting. 2, may each receive evidence which may otherwise exceed the committee's mandate under Standing Order 108. And 3, shall meet within 48 hours of the receipt by email by the clerk of the committee of a request signed by any 4 members of the committee. M. The Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to study ways in which members can fulfill their parliamentary duties while the House stands adjourned on account of public health concerns caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, including the temporary modification of certain procedures, sittings in alternate locations, and technological solutions, including a virtual parliament, provided that, 1, during the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the provisions applying to committees enumerated in paragraph L shall also apply to the committee. However, the committee may consider motions related to the adoption of a draft report in relation to this study. 2, the committee be instructed to present a report no later than May 15, 2020. In addition to receiving evidence, the committees enumerated in paragraphs L and M of this order, while meeting by video conference or teleconference, may also consider motions requesting or scheduling specific witnesses.
The committees enumerated in paragraph L and M of this order, while meeting by video conference or teleconference, may also consider motions requesting or scheduling specific witnesses, and these motions shall be decided by way of a recorded vote. O.
For the purposes of committee meetings convened under paragraphs K and L, priority for the use of House resources shall be given in the following order to 1, meetings of the Standing Committee on Health, 2, meetings of the Standing Committee on Finance, 3, meetings which are specified by the agreement of the whips of all recognized parties, 4, all other meetings, in the order in which the meetings were convened. P. The House call on the Auditor General of Canada to conduct an audit of 1, the spending undertaken pursuant to the Public Health Events of National Concern Payments Act, 2, the exercise of the provisions of the Financial Administration Act and the Borrowing Authority Act enacted by Part 8 of the COVID-19 Emergency Response Act, and that the Auditor General report his findings to the House no later than June 1st, 2021. Q. The House call upon the government to take such measures as are necessary to ensure that the Auditor General has sufficient resources to conduct the work he's been asked to do by the House, to do, including the audits called for in this order and the orders adopted on Wednesday, January 29th, 2020, and Friday, March 13th, 2020.
R. The government implement measures without delay to address gaps in the Canada Emergency Response Benefit or other programs existing or proposed to address students, owner-operators, to those who continue to receive a modest income from part-time work, royalties and honoraria for volunteer emergency service, and that, in addition, the government work to ensure essential workers who receive low wages will receive additional income support during this time of crisis. S. Le gouvernement met...
the government implement, in the short term, support measures for Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises, which will be partially non-refundable, with the primary objective of maintaining jobs and reducing debt related to fixed costs, while maintaining access to liquidity in the form of loans. And T,
that the measures including in an act to amend the Financial Administration Act, special warrant, the COVID-19 Emergency Response Act, and the bill referred to in paragraph D are for the purpose of dealing with the unique circumstances and the time period of the COVID-19 situation and recovery. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable ministre.
does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
D'accord.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here in this moment, in this House, as our generation faces its greatest challenge yet. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, of all those Canadians who saw our nation through difficult, tumultuous times in our history. Il y a 103 ans,
103 years ago today, young Canadian soldiers found themselves in the trenches in France, thousands of kilometers from home. The next day, they mounted on Hill 145 and took part in the final battle for Vimy Ridge. Today, on the eve of this somber anniversary, we remember their courage and sacrifice. We remember those soldiers who shaped the country we know today.
20 years later, many would be sent to the front again. On the evening of November 14th, 1940, my grandfather, the young MP for Vancouver North, rose in his seat to speak to the war effort, but first thanked all those senior members who allowed him to speak before them because his leave from the RCAF had expired that night and he was to ship out soon. Jimmy Sinclair would spend the next 3.5 years in Europe and North Africa, far from his young family, far from his work in this House of Commons, and far from his constituents in British Columbia, serving his country in the best way he knew how. He would return to the chamber in early 1944, a mere few months before D-Day, to exhort Canadians to continue with the sacrifices and efforts required to win. This is the year which will decide a rapid victory or a long and protracted war. A year when our fighting men must be given every conceivable aid and support and encouragement by every man, woman, and child in Canada, no matter the personal cost. These were trials that shaped our country, and more, our citizens. And now, once again, we are being tried. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a war. That doesn't make this fight any less destructive, any less dangerous. But there is no front line marked with barbed wire, no soldiers to be deployed across the ocean, no enemy combatants to defeat. Instead, the front line is everywhere. In our homes, in our hospitals and care centers, in our grocery stores and pharmacies, at our truck stops and gas stations. And the people who work in these places are our modern-day heroes. Separated from their family, risking their own health, they head to work every day so that we can eat, so that we can heal, so that we can do our part. Because every one of us has a role to play in helping shield our country from the threat it now faces. In hard times, courage and strength are not defined by what we say or do loudly in public, but by the actions we take quietly, in private, like staying home. Even as we stand apart, we stand united in our resolve to do what we must until COVID-19 is defeated. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we're here today to enact the emergency wage subsidy. This is the largest Canadian economic policy since World War II. This subsidy will enable Canadians to keep their jobs and get a paycheck during this crisis. That is what we will be voting on this afternoon. This subsidy is based on steps that have already been taken to come to the assistance of Canadians, like loan guarantees to small businesses and the emergency response benefit. Once again, here in the House, we are called upon to support those in need, and I know we will not let them down.
Mr. Speaker, as Canada confronts this crisis, we are all called to serve, to fight for and alongside each of our fellow citizens, to fight for someone's mother, for someone's grandfather, for someone's neighbor. Our job as Canadians is to uphold the dignity and sanctity of every single human life, whether they be rich or poor, young or old, ailing or healthy. That is our duty. Without reservation, without pause, we must fight for every inch of ground against this disease. We must be there for one another as we spare no effort to safeguard our collective future.
Over the coming weeks and months, we will face a number of obstacles. We will go through periods of uncertainty. Fear and uncertainty will continue to be a part of our daily lives. And unfortunately, together, we will mourn the loss of loved ones. Even if we take every possible precaution, the situation may get worse before getting better. That is the sad reality our country faces. Our determination to put an end to this virus and our commitment to look out for one another will be put to the test. But I know that we are up to the challenge.
Canadians are among the most fortunate people on earth. Despite the challenges we have yet to overcome, despite the wrongs we have yet to right, ours is a country where we look out for one another, where we take care of each other. The generosity of spirit and compassion. This was alive long before this virus reached our shores, and it will survive long after it's gone because it is who we are. Monsieur le Président, notre pays.
Mr. Speaker, our country is in mourning. Too many families have lost a loved one because of this disease. One of the greatest cruelties of this disease is that it denies us the opportunity to celebrate their lives and grieve among friends and family. On behalf of all Canadians, I want to offer my deepest condolences to those who've lost someone they love to this disease.
However, this holiday weekend also marks the coming of rebirth and new life. Easter is a time where Christians honor the passion, sacrifice, and resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth and his teachings of compassion, forgiveness, and love. Passover is a time when Jews recall the covenant made by God with the people of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah, and the heroism of Moses, who led his people from bondage to freedom. Vaisakhi is a time when Sikhs and Hindus celebrate the new year and the spring harvest. And even for those who are not celebrating, spring is always a time for renewal. These moments remind us that love, courage, and fortitude are the antidote to despair, that there is no challenge we can't overcome together. So let us make a solemn promise to each other this weekend to do just that. Durant ce long week-end,
Over the long weekend, let us make a commitment amongst ourselves to do what needs to be done for as long as it takes. And here in the House, let's do our part to fulfill that commitment. Let's take our responsibilities and come to the assistance of those in need.
Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, I think of the young men who died taking Vimy Ridge. I think of the greatest generation who grew up during the Depression and fought through World War II. They showed us how to fight for what we believe in and how to sacrifice for what we hold dear. Today, across this country, the last members of this greatest generation live in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. They're in their small apartments and the homes they built so long ago with their own hands. They are the ones most threatened by this disease. They fought for us all those years ago, and today we fight for them. We will show ourselves to be worthy of this magnificent country they built, and for them and for their grandchildren, we will endure, we will persevere, and we will prevail. Merci.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is perhaps very fitting that we are meeting here on this day, Holy Saturday, the day between the sadness of Good Friday, the day Christ suffered and died for our sins, and Easter Sunday, the day he rose and conquered death. For we are clearly in the middle of great hardship and suffering, but we have every reason to look ahead with hope and towards the end of the health crisis we are currently facing. Our hope is founded on the ingenuity and resilience of humanity and strengthened by the examples of previous threats which we have all overcome. Mr. Speaker, the past month has tested Canadians. We've been told to stay at home, away from family and friends. Birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, religious gatherings have looked different this year. We've relied on Skype or FaceTime to stay connected instead of family dinners, church services, or weekend gatherings. Stores and restaurants have been told to close their doors. And as a result, almost 6 million Canadians have lost their jobs. And the businesses that are still open are worried about how they are going to hang on.
And despite all of our efforts, more than 22,000 Canadians have fallen ill, and unfortunately, over 600 Canadians have died. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of those who have lost a loved one. In the coming days and weeks, our actions will be more important than ever. Now that the government has finally presented its projections, we know what to expect. We must continue to follow public health directives, and we must act together as a nation.
On behalf of the official opposition, I want to acknowledge all of the Canadians who are going above and beyond during these unprecedented times. To the nurses, the doctors, the truck drivers, the grocery store workers, cleaners, pharmacists, farmers, and other essential workers, we say thank you. To the parents juggling schoolwork and their own jobs, we say thank you. I've always had respect for the teachers that have influenced my life, Mr. Speaker, but after spending the last few weeks trying to keep my children up to date with their studies, I have a newfound respect and admiration for what they do each and every day of the school year. To the churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, gurdwaras, food banks, shelters, and other organizations helping Canadians during these difficult times, we also say thank you. And to the public servants working hard each and every day to make sure that Canadians get the help they urgently need, we say thank you. Les Canadiens ont des questions.
Canadians have important questions about the situation we are experiencing. Our economy is at a standstill, and even though the government is announcing programs, funds still aren't flowing to Canadians. We have a deficit of $184 billion, and years of discipline will be necessary to get the Canadian economy back on track. New government documents released to the Health Committee also paint a concerning picture.
New government documents released to the Health Committee also paint a concerning picture. As one reporter put it, quote, "The documents show a government persistently downplaying the threat of coronavirus until it was too late." Other countries like South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan ramped up testing and secured medical equipment early on, which allowed them to flatten the curve quickly, preventing their economies from being completely shut down. We were told for weeks that the risk of COVID-19 to Canadians was low. We now ask why that risk assessment seemed to change overnight. Why did the government wait so long to impose travel restrictions? Why were travelers not originally screened? Why do we have a critical shortage of medical supplies? Why is it taking the government so long to sign contracts with companies that are offering to retool their facilities to provide much-needed medical equipment? Why are other countries further ahead of us when it comes to testing and tracing? These are some of the questions that Canadians have, and they deserve answers. And while we know that mistakes have been made in the past, Conservatives are focused on looking to the future, on how best to get Canada through this crisis, keep our citizens healthy, and get our economy back on track. The Prime Minister has said that we need to prepare for a second and perhaps a third wave. Canadians want to know how this government is preparing to get ahead of those waves. C'est pourquoi les conservateurs.
And this is why the Conservatives are demanding regular opportunities to ask the Prime Minister and the House of Commons questions about all aspects of the government's response to the COVID-19 crisis. We also want to hold weekly parliamentary committee meetings where MPs can move motions, call witnesses, and ask ministers and government officials questions. We cannot wait for this pandemic to end to hold our government to account. Parliament has a crucial role to play right now. Through debate, discussion, and regular questions from the opposition, we will obtain better results for Canadians.
Parliament has a vital role to play now. Through debate, discussion, and regular questions from the opposition, we will get better results for Canadians. Today's emergency legislation is a good example of this. When the government first announced a 10% wage subsidy, Conservatives and small business owners across this country raised concerns. Other countries were offering far more, and it was clear that 10% was just not going to cut it. So we pushed for a significant increase. A few days later, the wage subsidy was raised to 75%. Credit unions weren't originally allowed to deliver the $40,000 emergency interest-free loans. This left many business owners who use credit unions, especially those in rural locations, left in the lurch, making it harder for them to get the support they needed. We called on the government to make changes, and now credit unions can deliver these loans as well. The need to show a 30% revenue decrease to qualify for the wage subsidy meant too many new and seasonal businesses didn't qualify. We raised this concern, and now there is more flexibility. And this week, we rolled up our sleeves and worked with the government to ensure that businesses have the certainty they need to keep their employees on the payroll. Les conservateurs.
Conservatives have been part of Team Canada since day one, offering constructive solutions to improve the government's response to this pandemic.
Part of Team Canada since day one, offering constructive solutions to improve the government's response to this pandemic. But we know there's still more work to do. Conservatives have proposed meaningful solutions, such as rebating the GST to small businesses that have collected it in the last year to provide a much-needed cash injection. We've also suggested using loss of earnings, subscriptions, or orders as a way to ensure that more businesses qualify for this wage subsidy. And we've put forward ideas to help our energy and charitable sectors, like increasing the charitable donation tax credit. Nous voulons que le
We want the government to begin implementing our solutions so that no Canadians are left behind. This is the job of Team Canada.
that the government will listen to the ideas that we are putting forward to the benefit of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That will be a truly Team Canada approach. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by paying tribute, respectfully tribute, to all my colleagues here in the House, but also I would like to show compassion first and foremost for seniors. I can't imagine what the daily life of a senior is right now in any of the residence models that we have in Quebec, the rest of Canada. They're isolated from their loved ones. They're exposed to a disease that could be mortal without even being able to see their children or grandchildren one last time. Such a situation is endlessly sad. And I'm also thinking about other seniors, those who are not directly exposed to the virus, who are seeing the value of their pension funds dropping, that are still isolated, often in regions that are already somewhat remote. They can't see their families who live elsewhere. I'm thinking about those individuals. That's not the topic, but I also gave recommendations and suggestions to help them as much as we can. But I'm also thinking about the workers who cannot work right now. And for whom we are gathered here today to help. I'm thinking about young people, and for them, this is supposed to be a joyful time in their lives, and they're locked up at home. They can't see their friends unless they're on their phones, with a few exceptions. And I'm also thinking about the parents that have to deal with the impatience of their young ones. I'm also thinking about people who theoretically could choose to stay home, but since it's their vocation, they go to work day after day in our healthcare system. They are exposed to this virus beyond reasonable levels, and they can't keep 2 or 3 meters of distance when they're at work. I'm thinking about those who are working in the transportation sector, who are working crazy hours in uncertain conditions, and often they don't even have access to the very basic tools that they need when they're on the road to have a shower or to eat. They do not receive the respect that their job would suggest. I'm thinking about the agricultural workers who are facing particular challenges. I pay tribute to them as well. And I'd like to pay tribute to my colleagues who are working with me and to all those who are part of Team Canada. The recent weeks have shown, and I'd particularly like to show that we can work better by working together. Since the beginning of this situation, despite some people being tempted to mark political points, we have been as open and honest as possible. Today, we're going to adopt legislation, and of course, there will be some people here in the House that when times get better, it'll be thanks to them. And I think today we have to put all that aside. It'll be thanks to our group together with 380 people chosen by all Canadians and Quebecers, all members of this Parliament. Our SMEs that are at the very heart of our economic fabric in Quebec will have a crucial tool now. I'm looking at this from a worker aspect. On one hand, this legislation will protect their purchasing power, in addition to what EI would give them. This will benefit workers, and it also support our economy because at the very basis of the billions of dollars that the government will be investing in individuals and companies, this is to protect their future income as well, tax revenues as well. And that's what we have to do. And I'd like to underscore that this is proof that history will never let us forget the crucial and essential role of the state that it plays in our economy, how legitimate it is for the state to intervene in the economy. Sometimes less state is not better. Families will find security in this legislation, as will workers and parents. Research and science will find us the remedy to this virus. But it is the feeling of security that will fight the anxiety and fears and concerns and about our future. And this is one of the fundamental roles that we are playing. There was cooperation, and we were happy to be a part of it. And I would just like to say that we're not going to say that we were behind whatever measure, or we'll be humble in that respect. Startup companies, well, the Minister of Finance took them into account. I appreciated that. They were strong growth companies that were particularly at risk, and that was addressed. There were social companies as well that particularly are of interest to me, and they are also part of the program. And I'm happy that there is this component in the legislation, in the motion rather. We were able to ensure that SMEs won't have to pay, have revenue that will only be covered by debt. When they will have to start back up again, they won't have to pay this back. So the government is establishing a measure that will allow companies to have some support that will not have to be reimbursed later. And this is something that was particularly close to my heart. And I'm very grateful to the government for this, because they added this to their thought process. And that's how we're going to move forward. I would like to call this vigilant cooperation. Cooperation, I think, that Quebecers and Canadians expect of us. They expect us to work together in their best interest. And of course, this is a democracy based on the latest choice of Canadians and Quebecers. We have to keep an eye on things. We have to give ourselves the tools to do this. And I know this is part of what we're looking at today. So I think there are some good components here, even though, in my opinion, there isn't enough. But let's start looking at this right away. As you know, we are going to defeat this virus like others have, and others will after us probably, if we don't forget science and research in this process. There are research centers that are not qualified right now for various measures, and they will see their personnel go elsewhere because they won't be able to stay. Their job won't be as attractive to them. Every time when we read newspaper headlines, we have to look at the science and see how things are working, what can we do, what was done elsewhere. People who are doing science and research right now, researchers in Quebec, for example, have to receive solid support. I'd also like to say a few things about the CERB. It could be a victim of its own popularity, one might say, but there were a few cracks that were now shored up for example, volunteer firefighters, for artists and their royalties, and there are several components that were now fixed, such as people who receive dividends in small companies. So there are some improvements that were made not just by various political parties, but by real people. They asked for these improvements. They're saying, what about us? They said. So proper discussions brought about solutions. As you know, people discussed the virtual parliament. We don't physically have to be sitting here on the benches to be able to discuss things. We can have discussions each at home with various different types of formats, but we can do this. I understand that we do have to vote here, that there has to be a standardized system because we do have rules that can't be changed. We've talked about this. We've talked about a virtual parliament for quite some time. Unfortunately, in the spirit of openness, it's not too late. We looked at welcoming people from abroad not too long ago in various forums between Quebec and Canada. Mr. Speaker, I have to highlight that I'm very concerned. After everything we've done and everything we've said, after the knowledge we have about the percentage of cases of coronavirus that came from abroad, and I stress with the greatest respect and affection with respect to these people, I'm very concerned that 159 Mexican workers who were not given the COVID-19 test in Mexico and who were not quarantined in Mexico took a plane, landed in Dorval this morning, did not undergo a COVID-19 test in Canada, and were not quarantined in one of the thousands of hotel rooms that surround the airport. They were given to an organization that brought them in various regions of Quebec in the north and southern parts of Montreal. And knowing the characteristics of this virus and having statistics that saying between 1/4 and 1/2 of people who carry the virus don't have any symptoms, and a test for someone who doesn't have symptoms could be useless, are we not taking a risk that we could easily eliminate? We communicated with the government privately on several occasions about this, and I say this with all due respect for the institutions and the people involved. I have an open mind, and I'd like to repeat that if the government could set aside billions for these measures. We should be able to invest to give rural communities in Quebec and Canada confidence. Our foreign workers should be quarantined and undergo a COVID-19 test. That is the best way to serve their countries of origin and the workers as well. They don't have the necessary expertise. Companies can't say, oh, I'll make some room for these workers in the basement so they can be quarantined. That's not their duty. This is the state's duty. And it's up to the Canadian Customs, who don't report to Quebec or other provinces, that have to do this. The 159 workers who've already left their country, well, we should very quickly announce measures to isolate them when they arrive and give them COVID-19 tests. This could happen in Quebec and Canada, and then we'll be able to benefit our economy. And I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that we're thinking with respect to vigilant cooperation. I'm not formulating any criticism here. We have the duty to remain vigilant with respect to each other, because every day we're looking at measures to solve new problems that are cropping up every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to wait 30 seconds. We have a few technical changes. People to change places. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last month, our world has changed dramatically. On Thursday, we learned that 1 million Canadians have lost their jobs. Now, this is not just a statistic. These are families that are now struggling to put food on the table, to pay for rent, to make ends meet. The government has moved to respond to this crisis, but in many cases, it's been too slowly. In early March, we had two suggestions. One, that the government should send direct financial assistance to all Canadians. And two, that we need a 75% wage subsidy, at least at a minimum, to ensure that people can keep their jobs, and a subsidy that will support businesses in keeping workers on the payroll. Later today, we will be, and we've already supported the unanimous consent motion, but we'll be supporting the legislation to make this wage subsidy a reality. But I want to urge the government that while we're here in Ottawa, we should not leave here without knowing and without guaranteeing that all Canadians who need help get that help.
The Canadian Emergency Response Benefit quite simply doesn't cover all Canadians who need this help. Too many Canadians may fall between the cracks. Too many Canadians may fall between the cracks, as I said.
Heard over the past weeks about the people who desperately need help but are unable to access that help because they don't meet all the criteria. I think about people working multiple jobs to make ends meet who've lost most of their hours of work and don't know how they're going to pay for groceries. They should be applying for help. I think about the freelance and contract workers who have lost most of their income and are maxing out their credit cards to pay their bills. They should be applying for help. I think about students who depend upon summer jobs to pay their rent, some who work to support their families. Now they have no jobs to apply for. They should be applying for help. Artists, self-employed, people who are just on the margins. In fact, there's so many examples, and that's the problem. For the last several days, New Democrats have been working with the government to fix the gaps, and that work is reflected in the motion that we've heard and in the work that will be done. I want to thank the Prime Minister and other members of government for the constructive way they've worked with us. But we're not done yet. The current system discourages people who need help from applying because they still have some income or they don't meet all the criteria. Yesterday, the minister confirmed that everyone who applies for the CERB will get it. So I asked the Prime Minister today, announce that all the criteria will be dropped and simply tell people, if you need help, apply for it and you'll get it. Let's keep it simple and let's make sure that everyone who needs help knows that they can apply for that help and that they will receive it. The only way we're going to get through this crisis is if we take care of each other. We are all connected. And we won't stop fighting until every Canadian gets the help they need, period. There have been heroes in this crisis in fighting COVID-19, and I want to also acknowledge those frontline workers who are keeping us fed, those who are keeping us healthy. It's saddening that they don't have the equipment they need to protect themselves and prevent the risk of infecting their families. I specifically want to mention healthcare workers who are often sleeping in their cars or sleeping in tents to prevent the spread of infection or the risk of infection to their families. We have to do better. We have to ensure that all workers have the protective equipment that they need to stay safe. During this crisis, I also believe it's important to make very clear that there is no room for companies profiting off the desperation of people. Credit card companies and others charging double-digit interest rates need to be stopped. And we need to use all our powers at the federal level to make sure that happens. Banks are continuing to charge interest, leaving people worse off with the mortgage deferral. And in fact, they are profiting off of this crisis. The finance minister, I know, has spoken with the banks, but clearly speaking nicely hasn't worked. Banks are regulated expressly by the federal government. The Liberal government has to be prepared to use the powers we have to enforce pausing interest, putting a brake on that. And in fact, what we also need to do is to put a pause on mortgages so that we can work with provinces to put a pause on rent. This should also apply for commercial rent, which would significantly help out small and medium-sized businesses. I know that in the coming weeks, we're going to start to talk about what a recovery would look like, how people will get back to work. And as we design this stimulus, I urge the Liberal government to not make the same mistakes of the past. Every public dollar that we spend must go to workers, not to CEOs. Executive bonuses and share buybacks, protecting shareholder profits, do not sustain or create jobs.
We can stimulate the economy and make changes that will transform our country and fight climate change. We can build housing. We can invest in public transit. We can make it easier for Canadians to use renewable energy sources. We can make our houses and buildings as energy efficient as possible. And we can invest in childcare services that all families can afford and that give our children the high-quality education they deserve.
I want to talk about Indigenous communities specifically. Over the last month, I've spoken with leaders across the country, Indigenous community leaders who've expressed very grave concerns around the lack of capacity for their communities to deal with a COVID-19 outbreak. These are communities as a result of historic and ongoing injustice that are without basic infrastructure, where washing one's hands with clean water is not often possible, where overcrowding and the lack of quality housing means physically distancing is also not a reality, where access to healthcare is severely limited to the point that the nearest ventilator for many communities is a flight away. I know the government has put some money on the table, but I've heard two specific concerns. One, that money is insufficient, and two, many Indigenous communities are finding it difficult to access that money. Historic neglect and racism has put Indigenous lives at greater risk of this virus. We have to do better, particularly the fact that in the coming weeks, many of these communities will face flooding, and this summer they'll face forest fires. So we need a clear plan for safe evacuation of these communities and a clear strategy to ensure that these communities have the resources they need to respond to COVID-19. Indigenous lives matter, and we need to make sure we're prepared. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the decisions. Mr. Speaker, I believe the decisions we make in the next weeks and months will be some of the most important of our lives. Some of the most important that any Canadian government has been faced with. Nous croyons.
We believe in solidarity. We believe in helping one another.
A lot of people talking about when will things return to normal. But I believe we need to do far better than normal. Normal is workers not having paid sick leave. Normal is families struggling on a minimum wage. Normal is people who are essential to our health and safety not getting paid enough to live. Normal is a public healthcare system that has been starved of funding. Normal is a society that is neither fair nor resilient. We can't ever go back to normal. Canadians are showing their compassion. They're showing their desire to care for one another. We should demand that of our government as well. We should demand that this liberal government embrace those same values. Let's not return to the old normal. Let's build a new normal where we take better care of each other, where we have a strong social safety net that lifts us all up together. Let's build a Canada that is fair and resilient. Canadians are counting on us. They're counting us to learn from this crisis, to build a better Canada for all of us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by recognizing that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people.
Unceded Algonquin territory, and I thank them for hospitality and generosity. Miigwech. I also want to start by saying a large thank you. Merci à tous mes collègues.
Thank you to all my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important day because it was through unanimous consent. Thank you very much.
It's a lot to me that the Green Party is recognized in this place and allowed to speak as we gather in these entirely unprecedented times. I was moved by the Prime Minister's remarks in reminding us of Vimy. I hadn't planned to speak about Vimy, but April 9th this year, and I noticed my husband very depressed, he's sort of wandering about, and I said, what is, I'm thinking of my grandfather, who was machine gunned on Vimy, April 9th. 1917. His grandfather survived, otherwise I wouldn't be married to my husband, I suppose. But his grandfather, John Owen Wilson, survived, got back to British Columbia, and ended up as Chief Justice of the British Columbia Supreme Court. But the sacrifices of Vimy are not forgotten. The courage and solidarity of previous generations is not forgotten. I've thought in recent times that being a boomer and 1954 baby, I'm one of the last of a generation that remembers a time of the kind of solidarity and sacrifice, not that I lived through the war or the Depression, but my parents did. And so the family stories become part of who you are. They're in your bones. The notion that government steps up, that government is on your side. And I think through years of neoliberalism, we've gotten this idea that government's kind of in our way, picking our pocket. I'm really relieved that in some ways, this solidarity, the social solidarity that we will have coming out of this pandemic will allow us to see, yeah, I'm part of my government. My democracy works for me. I hope that can be a lasting lesson. We are here together in a way that I want to acknowledge with deep gratitude. Is Parliament working well even when we're at a distance? I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and so many different ministers for the openness to hear opposition ideas and concerns. If I could share with Canadians what the last couple of weeks have felt like, working from home nonstop, 24/7. A lot of Canadians wouldn't imagine that every single day, 1:30 BC time, 4:30 in Ottawa, every day including Saturdays and Sundays, we have an opportunity to ask anything. Now, in my mind, this is how the ideas have been working. It's quite true that a lot of the things we wanted weren't in the first bill in C-13. It's quite true that Greens, like others, said it shouldn't be a 10% wage subsidy, it should be 75%. We made that case and individual examples came forward. It feels to me as though through those daily question and answer sessions, and I know not every single day do all of us get our questions in, some of us, the member for Carleton does well, I do pretty well, push *1 and go for it. We do our best to get our questions out there, but in my head, this is how it's been working. We raise a question. We say something like, what happens right now? Bishop McMenemy has just contacted me, and the Anglican Church on Vancouver Island has separate churches, and they all have their own CRA number, but there's only one employer. So the 30% wage, 30% revenue deduction, 30% reduction in revenue compared to some other reference period doesn't work at all in this circumstance. Then today, I look at the most recent version of the bill. Entity is redefined. It now covers that specific weird example of the Anglican diocese and an issue raised to me by Bishop McMenemy. There may have been many other MPs who asked a question that stumped the Finance Canada senior officials that were on the telephone with us every single day. But when I see that in the bill, I think, oh, my question not only was a question, it flagged an issue. And this is what I hear from ministers. Keep sending us the specific concerns that you see. Keep telling us where the gaps are. Because the MPs on the ground right across Canada are the eyes and ears on the front line, able to say, nothing you've got in place right now, with all due respect, is working for small business. I'm terrified that a lot of very small businesses, seasonal businesses, restaurants and so on, are going to go under even with the wage subsidies. But then I pick up today's unanimous consent motion. Well, I saw it before coming here, and I'm very relieved to see that it calls for the government to implement short-term support measures for small and medium-sized enterprises to be partially refundable, primary objective, maintaining jobs, reducing the debt related to fixed costs. That's what I keep hearing from small business. They can't afford to pay the rent. The wage subsidy doesn't help them. So what I'm seeing here is not to be just a Pollyanna about our circumstances. But I do want to say that it means a lot to me that when we've come forward as individual MPs, opposition and Liberal, and said, look, what's happening doesn't work. There's too many people, students, people in the gig economy. They're not covered by CERB. What are we going to do? Today's unanimous consent motion says we implement measures without delay. I think without delay would actually meet what the member for Burnaby South said, and right now today we say everybody applies. But that language suggests not that the government is saying, we've gotten this perfect, go away. What I hear from minister after minister is, we're learning. We're working as hard as we can. I want to say that I do know that the Minister of Global Affairs and his parliamentary secretary have been available to me pretty much 24/7 for about the 50 or so constituents that I've so far worked to help get home. And I've still got about a dozen that I'm working on. And the parliamentary secretary knows well that I have someone stranded in Vanuatu. But there's a real sense of all hands on deck, and I want Canadians to know that. I want them to know that a spirit of nonpartisanship, of we are Team Canada, we're all in it together. Nothing exemplifies that for me more than the newfound best friend relationship between the Premier of Ontario and the Deputy Prime Minister. I think this shows stepping up to a circumstance where we're all at risk. We're thinking about being surrounded by death. We're thinking about wearing our masks. I've got Lysol wipes here below my desk. We are constantly vigilant. But we're also working together because we're Canadians. This must not be a moment that divides us. We must remember this and work differently in future. Yes, I want to press for guaranteed livable income. We will keep doing that. Yes, I want to press that we will, in this place and before too long, see new climate targets that meet the imperative of a looming disaster far greater than COVID-19. Threatens to kill more people and wipe out civilization. It can't be postponed. But right now, what I want to say is a deep thank you for the spirit of collaboration. The Prime Minister spoke of the fact that this time, of course, is a season of many religious observances. It is Passover. Happy Passover to my Jewish friends and family. It is also coming up soon to Vaisakhi. And within a few weeks, it'll be Ramadan to my Islamic friends, a period of fasting and reflection. I'm just finishing Lent, a period of fasting and reflection. And it speaks to the unprecedented nature of the crisis that we're in, that as far as I've been able to determine through research from home and looking through every bit of constitutional and parliamentary history I can find, the Parliament of Canada has never before sat on Easter Saturday. Good Friday, particularly in previous generations, was held sacred. The idea of meeting on Easter weekend would have been impossible to imagine. But here we are. And why? In about, looking at the clock, I think, in about 10 hours, it will be dawn in Jerusalem. And the first morning light of that sunrise will strike the walls of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It's built on the spot where we are told the original cave was, in which the body of Jesus Christ was wrapped and placed in the tomb, the rock rolled in front of it, and that approximately 10 hours from now at dawn will be that remembrance of our stories, of our tradition, our faith, the most significant day, the most profound and important day of a Christian calendar, the resurrection of Christ, that the stone was rolled back, and that those who loved him, Mary and others, came and thought the body had been stolen, and the angels came to them, and then Jesus, disguised as a gardener, came to them and said, "No, he is risen." Now, in this time when we are surrounded by death, and we are worried about our mortality, and those of the people we love, we can think of the things that are most important. And after this is over, we'll recognize, yes, we can survive. We can break the bonds of death. We can have faith in each other. We can invest ourselves in love for each other and our communities. We can remember what really matters. And right now, as I watch my grandkids on Zoom family chats, what would I give for a hug? I would love to think about our lives as transformed by this in ways that are profound, as we recognize that for the first time in my life, governments all around the world have decided without a hesitation, life is more important than money. We have deliberately and voluntarily shut down our economies to save lives. We have deliberately and voluntarily created for ourselves as lawmakers and as policymakers the challenge of an economic recovery because we didn't hesitate to know that saving life is more important than money. And when this is all over, and please God, it's over with a minimum loss of life in Canada and all around the world, particularly worried for those countries that lack basic health care. We mustn't forget our obligations to the poorest of the poor, just as we don't forget Indigenous peoples in Canada, just as we don't forget those who are most marginalized, homeless. But when we get through this together, let's remember that in this pandemic, we discovered what really matters.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui,
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House shall now resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider matters related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Before we begin the debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold for the next 2 hours.
Earlier today, during the proceeding of the committee, no member will be recognized for more than 5 minutes, which may be used for posing questions to a minister of the Crown or a parliamentary secretary acting on behalf of the minister, and members are permitted to split their time with one or more members by so indicating to the chair. The debate will end 2 hours or when no members rise to speak. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer le...
We will now begin the debate.
Alors, l'honorable chef d'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On March 12th, I asked if the government had secured a supplier to provide additional ventilators. The Deputy Prime Minister told this House that they were already, quote, leading a bulk national procurement effort to ensure Canadians have the necessary medical equipment. So can the Prime Minister please update this House as to how many ventilators he has secured and on what date they will reach Canadian hospitals?
Très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As we know, there is a worldwide demand for personal protective equipment and ventilators that is through the roof. We have therefore both reached out to suppliers of medical products that Canada has long worked with around the world, as well as seen unprecedented efforts by Canadian industry to deliver ventilators that will be made in Canada. I can assure people that the approach is working. We are seeing production of ventilators in Canada begin. It will be still a few weeks before they are able to arrive. And in the meantime, we continue to work to procure them from around the world.
Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on March 25th, the Finance Minister told the Senate that help for the energy sector was coming within, quote, hours or days and not weeks. It has now been 2.5 weeks since that date with no announcement. Reports are circulating that a proposal did in fact go to Cabinet, but that it was rejected. So is it the Prime Minister's position that there will in fact be no help for Canada's energy sector and the tens of thousands of Canadians that it employs?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
We recognize the triple challenges faced by workers in the energy sector right now that has been extraordinarily difficult for people in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador. The low oil prices have long been a challenge. On top of that, the COVID crisis on economic terms has led to a lowering of demand for oil as people don't travel nearly as much as normal. And at the same time, the health crisis has let people into isolation and remaining to stay home. And families across the country are suffering from this, but particularly those in Alberta in the oil sector. That is why we moved quickly on 2 measures to help as many people as we could across the country: the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the wage subsidy at 75%. There will be more coming for the oil sector as we develop sectoral solutions.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
He left out the quadruple challenge, Mr. Speaker, and that was his government's cancelling of projects. And remember, it was his finance minister that promised it was coming in days, not weeks. People who are suffering because of this crisis are suffering in real time and cannot afford to wait longer. Mr. Speaker, documents now reveal that in early January, military intelligence began producing detailed technical reports about the outbreak of the deadly coronavirus in Wuhan, China. A yes or no question. Did the Prime Minister see these reports, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as members of the Five Eyes, we were privy to significant military and intelligence reports on the status of things happening around the world. There were enough flags for us to convene an incident response group at the end of January. We also began increasing screening at major airports and limiting flights from Wuhan.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, these are very simple yes or no questions. Was this information from the military intelligence report shared with the Public Health Agency of Canada, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
From the beginning, Mr. Speaker, we worked with all agencies to ensure that the relevant information was shared across departments. We needed to make the best possible decisions based on recommendations from scientists, from health researchers, from international allies, and that's what we did.
The opposition leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's wage subsidy that we will be debating throughout the day today is a lifeline to those companies who can still afford to pay any wages at all. There remains a significant number of businesses across the country who are receiving no revenue, who aren't able to subsidize, to pay any wages at all because they've had their doors closed for almost a month now. The Conservatives have put forward the idea of rebating the GST to allow those small businesses that have no revenue at all to pay some of their bills, to pay their rent so that they can stay open when this crisis is over, so they can reopen when this crisis is over. Will the Prime Minister consider this proposal to ensure that there are jobs for Canadians to go back to at the end of this pandemic?
Premier Ministre.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
A number of people in this House, we are extremely pleased with the level of collaboration, of input from all parliamentarians and all parties as we look to ensure that we're helping Canadians as much as possible in this situation. We've moved forward on a wage subsidy. We've moved forward on a Canada Emergency Response Benefit. We've moved forward on low-interest loans, of which 25%, $10,000, will be forgivable for small businesses. We recognize there's more to do, and we look forward to continuing to work with all parliamentarians to make sure we're helping Canadians in the right way.
La députée de Belleau.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. In keeping with what I said before, we do have some concerns about health and safety and the arrival of people who are very welcome in Canada, in Quebec. They are temporary foreign workers, but we're concerned about their safety. My question to the Prime Minister is, in the next few hours before more temporary foreign workers arrive at Dorval Airport in Montreal, can steps be taken so that these people are quarantined at customs before they're released to go elsewhere in the country, and this in the interest of all Canadians? The Honourable Prime Minister, we recognize that our top obligation is to provide for Canadians' safety and security, and so when people arrive at our borders, that's essential. We know how important it is to ensure food security as well. The food supply chain is very important to maintain in this country, and temporary foreign workers play an important role in that food supply. We have strict rules around quarantine, and foreign workers arriving in Canada have to be isolated for 14 days in an adequate manner to ensure that they do not spread the COVID-19 virus. We will continue to work with all our partners and all the authorities to make sure that those rules are always followed. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it's possible that the rules are inadequate. It's possible that farms are not in a position to ensure the type of quarantine that's needed. It's possible that symptoms are not being identified as effectively on the farm as they could be if those tests were conducted by health authorities. These people have been released by Customs Canada, and the responsibility to look after these people has been, basically the buck has been passed to farm owners to do the government's job. So I repeat my question, will steps be taken in the next few hours to see to this situation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I share many of the concerns listed by the member for Belleuil-Chambly. We will work together to make sure that while meeting the needs of our farmers and our food supply chain, we do have the capacity and the certainty that Canadians are kept safe and that the possible spread of COVID-19 is limited I intend to continue to work with not just the provinces and the farm sector, but also with my partners in the opposition. Now, member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, on a completely different note, some may be surprised to hear me say this. I do believe that the Government of Canada has to contribute to reestablishing jobs in the oil patch in Western Canada. I don't think those people should be expected to completely sacrifice their economic model. But when it comes to any further expansion of the energy sector, that should involve financial resources that are transferred toward the renewable energy sector. Again, in Western Canada, where there are specific needs, can this situation be taken as an opportunity? The status quo ante should be restored for workers in the oil patch, but could those jobs be shifted to renewable energies? Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'd like to thank the member for his perspective. It's important to support workers and families who are going through tough times in all industries, all across the country, including the oil patch. But we recognize that we're also engaged in a battle against climate change, and we need to find ways to create good jobs for people in Alberta and elsewhere who want to have jobs that will last for years and generations. And that's why we've been thinking together with the government of Alberta and other countries about ways to ensure that Canada and Alberta are part of that shift, that transition to a better future for our country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just raise again the concern. We've heard stories that represent some of the millions of Canadians that are right now falling through the cracks who cannot access the CERB. We've heard of people who've got multiple jobs, who've lost a lot of that work but still get some income, freelance and contract workers, artists, self-employed. While the government has committed, and I'm encouraged by that, to fixing those gaps, will the Prime Minister just today stand up and say that if anyone needs help, they should just apply while the government is fixing the gaps in the system, but people who need help should just apply right now?
Honourable Prime Minister.
The immediate urgency in this situation was making sure that people across the country who were reliant on paychecks to be able to pay their groceries and pay their rent, paychecks that suddenly disappeared because of COVID-19, get money quickly. That's what we did with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and I want to take a moment to thank the extraordinary public servants at Revenue Canada, but across ministries and departments who worked incredibly hard to create a model that would get money out quickly to millions of Canadians. We, of course, recognize there are gaps and are working with all parliamentarians to fill those gaps because people who need help should be getting it.
Member for Burnaby South.
Will the Prime Minister just say today really clearly that if you need help, you can apply right now for the CERB while the government fixes the gaps? But will the Prime Minister just say very clearly to all Canadians, if you need help, apply now while the government fixes the problems?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we created a program that is helping millions upon millions of Canadians who've lost their paychecks because of COVID-19. We've moved forward with another program that we're debating here today on wage subsidies for people so they can keep their jobs, keep their paychecks at 75% subsidy from the government. That will keep people linked to their employment. But we recognize there are other people in different situations who also need help. Students, seniors, part-time workers, essential workers who need extra help to keep in their jobs. And that is what we are focused on right now with tremendous collaboration from all parliamentarians.
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, credit unions some of them have recently waived interest rates entirely. 0% interest rates is what they're charging on their credit cards, while banks are still charging astronomical interest rates. The 6 big banks in Canada, BMO, CIBC, National Bank, RBC, Scotiabank, and TD, reported more than $46.5 billion in profits last year. Will the government, will the Prime Minister, use the federal powers to force those banks to waive interest rates entirely during this crisis?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been closely engaged with the banks over these past weeks. We've seen strong movement by the banks in terms of helping people who are particularly hard hit financially because of COVID-19. They've agreed to help us administer the small business loan. We know that there is more that the banks can do, and we've been working with banks and credit unions to make sure that they do more to recognize that the way we support Canadians through this situation will ensure that we come out of this situation in the best possible shape, all of us.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the 2008 financial crisis, we saw bailouts that effectively bailed out corporations who then took the money, left Canada, and left workers high and dry. Workers lost their jobs while those companies, those corporations took billions of dollars from Canada. Will the government ensure that we're going to prohibit any CEO bonuses and stock buybacks and the companies that receive government subsidies or bailouts? That money goes towards workers that with strings attached to keeping people employed, not enriching the corporation or the shareholders or the executives, but it goes with strings attached to workers directly.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges in crises past that had some of the impacts that the member opposite has talked about. That is why we made sure that the big measures we put forward are entirely focused on Canadians, on workers. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit helps people who've lost their job because of COVID-19. The wage subsidy makes sure that people are staying connected to their jobs, even though they can't get paid by their employer anymore, because the government will pay them up to 75% of their salary, so that when this is through, Canadians will still have connection to those jobs and our economy can get going again. Everything we've done has been focused first and foremost on Canadians and not on corporations as a nebulous entity.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you. Yes or no question. The military intelligence warned of the deadly coronavirus in a briefing to the government in early January. Yes or no, did the Prime Minister, his office, or any member of the Cabinet see these briefings? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada, as a member of the Five Eyes, as a member of NATO, as a member of NORAD, a close intelligence partner with all of those allies, very much including the United States, is privy to a great deal of intelligence. Of course, the global pandemic is an issue which has concerned our intelligence agencies and those of our partners, so we have been in close communication with them.
Well, Member for Carleton.
Did any member of the Cabinet see that intelligence from our military, yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
As I have said, Mr. Speaker, our intelligence sharing is very important. Our intelligence sharing with our allies during this global pandemic, which poses particularly security challenges, has been, I would say, very energetic, and we continue to work with.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The question was and is, did any member of the Cabinet see that military intelligence, yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, part of the basis on which we are able to work closely with our partners, including when it comes to sharing intelligence, is sharing with Canadians only what we are able to do.
For Carleton.
We know that the intelligence exists, and we know that the military warned the government of the dangers of the coronavirus in early January. After January 22nd, how many people did this government allow into Canada from the Hubei province, the province from which the virus originated? How many?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to border controls, our government is very aware of the importance of ensuring that people coming into the country today are subject to mandatory quarantine. That quarantine is being enforced. That includes Canadians and non-Canadians. As Canadians know as well, there are strict limits today on anyone who is not Canadian entering the country.
Member for Carleton.
How many people were allowed into Canada from Hubei province after this government received intelligence showing the danger of the coronavirus from our military?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we became aware that the coronavirus was indeed a threat and that there were a number of places around the world where we were receiving people who could have the contagion of the coronavirus. That is why at the border we were very clear about giving clear instructions about the need for self-isolation.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
After the government received intelligence from our military about the dangers of the coronavirus in China, it allowed 2,000 people from the Hubei province, the most affected province, to come into Canada. Were these 2,000 people quarantined? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I hope the member opposite knows, quarantine is a very specific legal term, and the measures of quarantine are currently in place. Prior to that obligatory quarantine being in place, incoming travelers, whether they were Canadian or not, were very clearly told to self-isolate.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Told to self-isolate but not required to self-isolate, and therefore this government allowed thousands of people into this country who came from the affected regions, even though there were briefings the government had explaining the danger of doing just that. On which date will the first wage subsidy be in the hands of a small business employer?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are obviously working as hard as we can to make sure that the wage subsidy gets into people's hands as rapidly as possible. With the passing of this legislation, organizations will be able to go to their banks to make it even faster. My expectation is it'll be within 2 to 4 weeks or so when we'll see that get into companies' hands.
Question, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
The United States has delivered 220,000 loans and wage subsidies to small business. The money has been in the hands of small business employers for weeks now south of the border. In Canada, the applications just opened for the $40,000 emergency business loans. How many small businesses have received cash in hand from those loans to date? How many?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the program and the approach we've taken is focused on people and ensuring that we get funds into their hands as rapidly as possible. We saw millions of Canadians, in excess of 3 million people, come on to the Canada Emergency Response Benefit this past week. We saw the opening of a special loan opportunity with banks that started this past week as well for the more than 1 million small businesses. We're working as hard as we can to make sure we're supporting individuals and small businesses.
We're going to take a moment to change operators.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Employment, will expectant parents who are no longer now meet their necessary hours to access full parental leave benefits due to COVID layoffs, will they be granted any assistance to ensure they can access those benefits?
Well, Minister of Employment.
Thank you for your question. Mr. Speaker, we know, as the Prime Minister and others have mentioned, that the #1 goal of getting out the CERB was to get it in the hands of as many Canadians as possible. We're working now to make sure that in the long run there isn't consequences in terms of EI eligibility, whether that be hours worked or number of weeks accumulated, doesn't negatively impact certain already vulnerable populations.
Of Central Okanagan, Smilkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced earlier that the CERB would be changed to allow people to work and be eligible. This motion today calls on the government to make those changes. It is being stated here in both the House and in the media that the program is now open to those who work. Can the minister please confirm that the CRB still requires no employment income and that these changes still have yet to be made? When will they be made, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Employment.
Well, extremely simple and straightforward. The eligibility criteria for the CERB are, in fact, legislated. You have to have earned more than $5,000 in income, you have to be resident in Canada, and you have to have stopped working for COVID reasons. We know that there are people earning very, very low amounts of money, and we have committed to creating a threshold under which Canadians can continue to earn income and access the CERB. We're working on that, and it will be decisions will be made on that shortly. Thank you.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain whether or not legislative changes would be required to the CRB for this to come into effect?
Thank you for the question. In order to change the criteria to include groups of individuals who are not working but who have not stopped working for CERB, legislative changes would be required. In order to create a threshold of income under which individuals would remain eligible for the CERB, regulatory changes would be required.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation that created the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, it has where someone must cease working due to COVID-19 to access the benefit. However, a Liberal MP from Malpeque has instructed seasonal workers and students who have lost their jobs just to apply anyway. Also, the Finance Minister's own Communications and Issues Manager has given contradictory direction to those who have not lost their jobs to consider applying anyway. Is this just confusion, or is the government instructing people to violate the law and apply when they're not eligible?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, a key cornerstone of this benefit is the quick way in which we can get it out, and we're relying very heavily on the honesty of Canadians to do that. There are integrity measures built into the front, namely the requirement for a social insurance number, and there are integrity measures built into the back. We are asking Canadians to honestly attest that they meet the eligibility criteria as I laid them out, and I would hope that no one is suggesting that Canadians do not honestly reply to these questions.
The honourable member.
Well, I do also hope that the government is suggesting that people follow the law. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm whether or not she has she's sought clarification as to when Parliament would have to be recalled for any legislation? We have members of Parliament that would like to know.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not know at this point if legislative amendments will be required, so I think it would be premature to even speculate when the House would have to resume, if at all.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, speculation. I asked the minister earlier about whether or not she would need to have legislative changes in order to be able to deliver what the Prime Minister said. She said that they would have to. Now, when we were last here, I asked the Minister of Employment if seasonal workers were included under the CRB. She said that they were. Now we know that they are not. Was she mistaken when she spoke, or that what the policy changed to exclude the seasonal workers, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
I'll first clarify my last answer, Mr. Speaker. If you want to change the law so that somebody who is not working because of CERB, then you need a legislative change. If you want to create a threshold of income under which somebody can still qualify for CERB, you need a regulatory change. So it's not apparent, given the unanimous consent motion today, that we will have to make legislative changes. With respect to seasonal workers, I apologize for any confusion I may have created in the past, but we are looking at and we have committed in this House today to ensure that seasonal workers will indeed be covered. Thank you.
Last short question, the Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, we now know that anyone who applies for the CRB, regardless of eligibility, will get it. Now, is it the government's plan to conduct audits on millions of people to determine who got it and who shouldn't have? And what will be the consequences of defrauding the taxpayer?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
I'm very hopeful and confident in the integrity and truthfulness of Canadians in this time of crisis. We have, as I mentioned, built-in integrity measures at the front. At the back end, based on social insurance numbers, we can track if someone receives the benefit and also receives a T4. We can track if someone receives the benefit and gets a second payment accidentally. There will be a certain amount of integrity measures absolutely in the weeks, months, and year to come. But quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there are Canadians out there in this time of need spending a lot of time trying to defraud the government.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you. I have the immense privilege of being here for representing the people of my riding and all entrepreneurs in Quebec. We understand their reality and their concerns. We are facing a new reality, and they'll also be facing a new reality after this crisis. After discussions with many entrepreneurs, I'd like to have questioned the efficacy of certain measures. I would like to pay tribute to all the parliamentarians who have done an excellent job in recent weeks to help Canadians. I'd also like to thank people who are on the front lines across Canada and in my riding to fight this virus. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I have several people who are not eligible for the CERB because they're working part-time. Volunteer firefighters, city councillors, they could be losing their $2,000 a month because they earn $150 a week. We'd like to correct this issue. So the Prime Minister committed Monday to correcting this issue to allow people to receive the CERB if they work 10 hours a week or less. Is that the case? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Finding a threshold under which Canadians can continue to work and receive the CERB. We are working out those details now, and I'm grateful for the input of all parliamentarians to this effort. I can assure the member as well that honoraria, such as that received by an emergency responder firefighter, will indeed be either exempt or not counted as employment income to a certain threshold. But again, we're working out those details. And once again, as was mentioned before, I appreciate how much feedback we've got on these measures.
The honourable member. In terms of seasonal workers, many of them end up on EI. They're running out of EI, and even though they'd like to work in the spring, they won't be able to because of COVID-19, and they won't be able to work because of COVID-19. Can you tell us how these people will be able to survive in coming weeks? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleague that we're working very hard to ensure that seasonal workers will be eligible for the CERB. We're working out the details now, but we're going to include these decisions very soon. Honourable Member, when will seasonal workers be eligible, and when will that be announced? The Honourable Minister, there's a regulatory
needs to happen, and that would be under the first Emergency Act, have to be signed off by 3 of us, and we're working hard to make sure that happens quickly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member. In terms of agriculture, dairy producers are even throwing their milk down the sewer because institutions are no longer ordering milk. Most of them are closed. They even had to put down some of their pigs because they're not able to process some of their animal carcasses. So what is the government planning to help out agricultural workers right now? The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
For that question, and the measures that we have put forward is to exactly help that entrepreneur, that business, that farmer, making sure that they have the adequate funding through the small business loan is one way in which they can get that bridge funding to help them through this very difficult period. And we're going to continue to make sure that we are working with those farmers and indeed with all enterprises in this country.
The Honourable Member. In terms of very small businesses, how is the government plan to help them? Because they unfortunately have left less than $50,000 in payroll, like hairdressers and massage therapists, amongst others. And there's also people who are entrepreneurs, as am I. I understand them. Some people are qualified because they do have $1 million in wages, but they may not be within the threshold, and they also need these $40,000 in support. So how does the government plan to help these companies, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Member for that question. Small businesses, as we all know in this chamber, really do make up the backbone of the Canadian economy. Small and medium-sized businesses make up 99% of all our businesses in the country. And making sure that we are listening to and helping these businesses through this very difficult period is what we are here in this chamber to do and what we have been doing. So making sure that they are able to access a $40,000 small business loan, interest-free, so that they can weather through this difficult period, but helping them keep their costs low during this period, like deferring the GST and the HST and customs duties, are going to help those very businesses weather this very difficult period. And we know that helping them keep their employees together with the employer is going to help them weather this period so that we can get on that road to recovery when it is safe to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government has been promising a review of business risk management programs since 2015. Farmers need immediate assistance as they're facing a cash flow crisis trying to buy their inputs for this year's crop. Measures offered thus far have put them farther into debt. We know the government has recommendations and solutions in front of them. When are we going to see BRM reform to support this industry?
Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we know how important the farm sector, the agricultural sector broadly is, not only to our economy, but especially to Canadians at a time like this. It's for that reason that we've done a number of things. Most importantly, we've taken off the previous limit on Farm Credit Canada to have access to credit for those organizations, for those farmers. And we will continue to think about measures that we can do to support farmers during this particularly challenging time.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture and food need to be deemed an essential service to protect our food supply chain. Last week, Public Safety made an announcement on essential services, but stated these essential services and functions are advisory in nature. This guidance not, nor should it be considered to be a federal directive or standard. Why is it not mandatory to ensure federally regulated employees like CFIA inspectors continue working and our food supply is protected?
The Honourable Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, rather. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, guaranteeing our food supply is absolutely essential, particularly at a time of a global pandemic. In terms of designating what are and are not essential services, it's incredibly important for the federal government to work collaboratively with the provinces, and that is what we are doing. We have issued federal guidelines, which is important, and then the province are issuing their own guidelines based on provincial realities. That's the way to work cooperatively.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the pork industry needs immediate assistance. In Ontario and Quebec, there is a bottleneck in processing plants. Some of these plants are closed due to COVID-19, and workers don't feel safe going to work. If these processing plants do not reopen soon, farmers will be forced to euthanize thousands of hogs. Can the government provide an update on how they plan to help producers from this sector?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we recognize that businesses really across the country are impacted in many ways as a result of COVID-19. Specifically, producers in the agricultural sector have real challenges. That's the reason that we are providing credit support to them, and that's the reason we continue to work through with those sectors to try and ensure that we anticipate some of the challenges to make sure that we're helping them through these challenging times.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, ornamental horticulture greenhouses, growers are facing a crisis across Canada as nurseries and garden centres are not opening, leaving more than $2 billion in plant inventories. What initiatives are the government discussing to address this sector that does not qualify under existing assistance?
Finance.
I think what the member points out very correctly is that we're seeing businesses in many different sectors with significant challenges. That's why we've put in place credit opportunities for the very smallest of businesses, as well as credit opportunities for businesses that are larger, through the Business Development Bank and through Export Development Canada. So those businesses will be able to access credit during this time to help them get over what we recognize as particular challenge, especially as they also have support for their employees through today's wage subsidy legislation.
Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government insinuated China's ban on Canadian canola seed had been resolved. However, according to the Canola Council of Canada, only current levels of imports would continue. Imports are down 70%, 1 billion less than historical levels. Has China agreed to increase imports of Canadian canola seed?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very aware of the importance of canola exports to the Canadian economy, and I think all of us are more aware than ever of the importance of farmers to Canada. We continue to work on getting Canadian canola accepted around the world. That includes working with China.
For Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are losing their jobs. Small businesses are struggling more than ever right now. Yet, this government increased the carbon tax on April 1st. Will the government reverse this increase?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that we focus on the urgent and important things that we need to do for Canadians. That's why the emergency response benefit was so important, to get money out to Canadians immediately. That's why this wage subsidy is so important to help not only employees, but employers and employees to stay connected. Of course, with respect to pricing on carbon, we know that that money actually goes right back to Canadians, so it is not distortionary, and in fact will help them during this challenging time.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we last met here on March 24th, the Employment Minister left this House with a distinct impression, the belief that workers that are currently on unemployment insurance, whose claims will soon expire, would qualify for the emergency benefit program. Yet, over the last 2 weeks, those Q&A regulations changed that are sent to members of Parliament. And I know members of Parliament across this country have been telling workers they would qualify. It now appears they do not. Do these workers qualify for the emergency benefit plan when their claims expire in the coming weeks?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Once again, I apologize, Mr. Speaker, if I created any confusion. We are in the process of ensuring that seasonal workers on EI will, in fact, have access to the CERB. Those regulations are not yet in place. Therefore, at this moment, they do not, but we are working on making sure that they will.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will that change require a legislative change, or is that a regulatory change that the minister is able to make from her desk or the cabinet?
That would be a change in the regulatory change that could be enacted through myself, the Minister of Finance, and/or the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you.
Could the minister tell us when this will happen?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working very hard to ensure that this happens in the upcoming days. Thank you.
Thank you. To the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance, small businesses with payrolls of $50,000 or more have access to zero or low interest loans. But for small businesses below that threshold or sole proprietorships, these businesses are wondering if low interest or zero interest loans will be made available to them as well.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are working to make sure that we support Canadians through this challenging time. Of course, we're trying to do that in a way that's appropriate to each situation. We chose the Canada Emergency Business Account to be available, $40,000 of credit for small businesses from $50,000 of payroll up to $1 million worth of payroll, recognizing that was critically important. We also, as you know, have the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which is there for people who don't qualify for that, and the wage subsidy as applicable. We will, though, continue to be looking at ways that we can support businesses of all sizes, and we'll have more to announce in that regard.
For New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you for that answer, and we do look forward to hearing more about that. In turning to the emergency relief benefit program, the challenge, of course, is around precarious workers. The government policy today is one of lights on, lights off. If a small business has seen a collapse in income, yet are still struggling to keep the business lights on. They have a choice to make. Keep going with no income, no revenue, and no help from the emergency relief benefit, or turn the lights off and receive help. This is not the way we're going to recover. This needs to be changed. Will the minister commit today to changing it?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, maybe I can explain, Mr. Speaker, where I see this right now. So if the business does, in fact, have 30% revenue drop or more, they will be able to, with the legislation that we are passing today, have a wage subsidy for up to 75% of their workers' earnings. That's critically important. If, in fact, they are that small business, they will be able to additionally get credit of up to $40,000, which, if paid back before December 31st, 2022, will be forgiven at the rate of 25%. Really critically important as well. So those things we see as very important. And for those organizations that don't use those benefits, they will be able to put themselves or their employees on the Canada Emergency Relief Benefit.
I asked the minister to lower his sights. I'm talking about the small, what I'll even call the micro small businesses, the coffee shops that have laid off the employees, but are serving meals to try to keep some income coming in. I'm talking about the businesses that don't have employees anymore because they have no revenue, but still have a choice to make, that they can keep operating as a sole proprietorship effectively, a team of one or perhaps a couple, don't qualify for any of these programs, but have a choice to make. Lights on, lights off. How are we going to keep those lights on, these businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is a dynamic challenge, one in which we're trying to make sure that we're supporting Canadians going through very difficult times. We recognize that there are people who we still need to consider how we can support them. We believe that the supports we put in place for small businesses, the supports we put in place for people who are not working, the supports through wage subsidies are going to have a very important impact. And yet, we do know that we still need to consider whether there are additional things we can do, and we are, in turn, considering those things today.
Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last emergency sitting, the Minister of Finance stated that help was coming very quickly to the energy sector, stating that he was not talking about weeks, but I'm talking about hours, he said. And yet, 2.5 weeks later, no help has been announced. Since the beginning of this pandemic, Canadian oil and gas companies have cancelled $8.5 billion in planned spending and capital investments just trying to survive. Is it true, Mr. Speaker, that the Finance Minister failed to get Cabinet approval for any help for Canada's energy sector? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is unequivocally no. I think what we're seeing today, first of all, is that there's enormous support right now, today in this legislation, that's going to all sectors of the economy, including the energy sector. It's a $73 billion package that's going to provide wage subsidies to employees across the country, including in those companies that are actually in the energy sector. Of course, as all of us know, there are also many, many, many small businesses in the energy sector as well, and those businesses will have access to this $40,000 worth of credit, 25% of which can be forgiven under certain terms. Now, additionally, we're looking at other things we can do for the energy sector, and we are looking forward to talking about that in the future.
Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, then why the delay in helping the energy sector? And this answer simply isn't good enough. The Prime Minister said that at the end of last month that we recognize there are certain industries that have been hit both by the drop in oil prices and by COVID-19. There are significant areas where we are going to have to do more, and we will be doing more. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the Nova Gas expansion, a $1.5 billion project, is awaiting Cabinet approval. Will the Prime Minister commit to doing more and approving this project to help the oil and gas sector get back on its feet right away when all this is over?
Well, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member knows that the wage subsidy that we're putting forward today and looking for unanimous consent is critically important for the energy sector. In many energy sector projects, there's no ability to take people off jobs, which means those businesses were actually continuing to pay people. Allowing us to help them through this wage subsidy will be so important to those businesses. Now, additionally, we know that other forms of support like credit are critical for that sector and other sectors across the country, and that's something that we've been working on and are looking forward to talking more about that as those details are finalized.
Edmonton Millwoods.
Speaker, I agree the wage subsidy is very important, but we have a project that is waiting for Cabinet approval. Will this government approve the Nova Gas expansion project?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to go through the appropriate processes to consider projects, and as we go through those, we will be providing transparency to this House and to Canadians.
For Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has stated that we will have to remain vigilant for at least a year when it comes to battling COVID-19. Contrast that with the Premier of Alberta's proactive relaunch approach, where he's looking to follow the leads of countries like Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea to keep most of their economy functioning with a low level of viral spread. When will the Prime Minister tell Canadians about Canada's relaunch plan?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely essential that first and foremost we do everything we can to protect the health and lives of the Canadians as we fight this first wave of the coronavirus. What that means is we must practice physical distancing. We have to stay at home. We are well aware, of course, of the economic impact. That is why we are here in this House bringing in today's economic measures. And of course, we need to work on an exit plan, but we can only do that once we know that we have hit and moved past our peak.
Edmonton Millwoods.
Speaker, the need for smart, focused measures will allow us to relaunch our economy once the worst is over. We've already seen the government change its position on stronger border screenings and for masks in public spaces. We need our economy functioning while protecting ourselves from further outbreaks. Does the Prime Minister have a plan to relaunch the economy as soon as it is feasible to do so?
Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are definitely working on such a plan, as would any prudent government. And let me talk about some of the things that are going to be necessary as Canada thinks about how we move past the current stage. We are going to have to work on serological testing. We're going to need to know who has antibodies against this virus and who doesn't. And we are going to need to be aware, as the Prime Minister and as our public health officials said in the presentation this week, we need to realize that it is quite likely there will be 1 or 2 or even 3 additional waves. So we're going to have a very sophisticated approach.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is about the wage subsidy, and it's for the Finance Minister. First, there are many companies that have cyclical revenues, for example, in tourism. And obviously, the details of this bill will have to take into account the dry season for those industries. My question for the Finance Minister is, can he think about the possibility of changing the criteria to include companies that will be impacted by the COVID-19 crisis, but because of their cyclical revenues, the program might work less well? And if that change were to be made, could it be done by regulation, or would we have to come back to the House to amend the legislation? Thank you. The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say at the outset that I'd like to thank the member for participating in our consultations. We changed our approach to ensure that companies in a seasonal situation would be able to access the funding. And we changed the test to see whether there'd been a drop in revenue, but we're open to making further changes. But we're reasonably satisfied that we have found a satisfactory solution for the time being that will give people at least the sense that we have found a way to compare their situation now to what it was before. But if there are suggestions of other approaches, we're certainly open to listening to those. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. My sub-question was whether that any further change could be made by regulation, or do we have to come back to the House to make the change? My second question is more technical. With the wage subsidy program, when you talk about remuneration paid by the employer, is that just salary or wages, Or could it be other things like pension contributions and insurance benefits? And what about tips? Are tips considered part of salary? And when it comes to tips, if a worker earns tips, does that apply with the emergency benefit or the emergency loan with that $50,000 to $1 million? Would tips be included in that salary amount? Thank you. The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Chairman, the question is an important one. What constitutes salary? For example, stock options, vehicle costs, those are issues. Tips. It would be difficult to take tips into account. It's difficult for the employer to explain or the employee to show what they earned over a month or 2 months, but we'll try to get a sense of those situations to see what, but for the time being, salary or wages is just that, nothing more. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. I'd like to come back to my first question, and that is, can the changes be made by regulation? If there's any changes to be made to the wage subsidy, can that be done by way of regulation? And then my other question is about professionals' offices. I have questions coming from people who health workers who feel like they're falling through the cracks. They could be self-employed. They may live off dividends, so they wouldn't qualify for the wage subsidy. As for the emergency loan, same thing. The only salaries they pay are maybe for an office administrator, and that's not enough to get it up to $50,000 in order to qualify. And when it comes to the emergency benefit, they say, well, you have to completely stop working and not deal with emergencies. Then is there any way that through regulations the criteria could be relaxed to help those people who don't qualify? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Chairman, those are important questions. We are looking at how we can take dividends into account for the emergency benefit, how we could treat dividends. We haven't finalized that, but it's a very important question. For the wage subsidy, it's a bit more difficult because you have to consider the months leading up to March, so January and February, what the wages were for that period. So it would be difficult when it comes to dividends because they don't necessarily pay out in those 2 months. So that would be hard to grapple with. The other question about legislation versus regulation, it depends what the change is. We will always consider whether we can proceed via regulation because that would be more effective and efficient. But if it requires legislative amendment, we'll have to consider that. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to take a few seconds to thank my team in my riding office. They're doing an outstanding job in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'm sure it's the same for everyone else who's here. So on their behalf, I'd like to send this message. Please try to give us the shortest, clearest answers so that we can help people, so we can give them the right answers. There are people who are in difficult situations and they're getting a bit impatient. I'm sure you're experiencing the same kind of thing. There are members, Liberal members, who are saying that if you're not sure that the criteria are met, well, apply it anyways. But other members are saying, no, if they don't meet the criteria, then they shouldn't get the benefits. So those messages are contradictory. I'd like to get a clear message from the finance minister. I'd like him to tell people, if you need help, if you're having trouble paying your rent, if you're having trouble paying for your groceries, apply. Just apply, because it's an emergency program. The government's supposed to be there to help you. We'll find a way. The Honourable Finance Minister.
Honourable Ministre des Finances.
I know that there are always people who want to know precisely what the criteria are going to be. We started out with a situation where we wanted to consider people who were in a difficult situation because of COVID-19. That was our approach. And in my opinion, it's very important to continue with that approach. But along the way, we have to have criteria that work. And the situation is very dynamic. We have to keep looking at any problems that there may be with the criteria and change them as quickly as possible. That's the situation. We are taking all challenges into account, and we will continue to try to provide support to people who need it. If changes become necessary, we will make those changes. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. I understand that the goodwill is there and the good faith, but things are changing. The messages are contradictory. Wouldn't it have been easier to have a universal measure and then after the fact try to get money back from people who shouldn't have got it? The Honourable Finance Minister. No, Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Chairman, that's not easier. We looked at every way possible of going about this, and we looked at what was the fastest way to get money into people's hands. That's why we came up with the emergency benefit. And in our view, it's important because we need to have enough people for people when they need it. That's our approach. It's for people who were in a difficult situation because of COVID-19, not everybody. So it's an approach that's working. A few days ago, we saw this. Millions of people applied for the emergency benefit, and we will continue with that approach. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there was an artists' co-op, for example, a group of musicians who earn their earnings through music festivals or selling albums, but if they don't have the official status of employees, can they apply for this 75% wage subsidy? The Honourable Finance Minister.
Ministre d'Emploi.
The Honourable Employment Minister. It's a bit hard to see, my colleagues, but I will answer. If there's an artist who's earned more than $50,000 in the previous year and is no longer earning that much, then of course that individual can apply for the wage subsidy. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. The government recently announced a bailout plan for the oil and gas industry, and some of that money was used by CEOs to boost bonuses for executives and pay dividends. Shouldn't that money have been going into the pockets of workers and not to CEOs? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Chairman, yes, a wage subsidy is supposed to go to the workers. We need assurances that that money will reach the workers. That's very important. We will look at every way possible to help the workers, help people. It's not supposed to go to bonuses or raises for CEOs or executives or anyone else.
A constituent of mine owns a popular deli that sells groceries. Almost all of his employees have now gone on the emergency benefit. Good news is that his sales are starting to come back, and he wants to offer them some work, about 15 hours a week. If they do take that 15 hours a week, will they be able to keep their emergency benefit?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect in the case that the member from Carleton is talking about, there may be an opportunity for that employer to consider the wage subsidy, which in many cases will actually help them significantly. For those that decide to take the CERB, we are looking at how we can make sure that people that work a small number of hours might be able to continue to be part of that. That work is ongoing, and when we have more to say, we will say so.
For Carleton.
But if they're already on the emergency benefit, they can't qualify for the wage subsidy. They're now on the benefit. I understand that they'll be allowed to work up to 10 hours. Why would the government punish those workers for doing more than 10 hours work? Shouldn't we always reward work rather than punishing it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Actually, even if the employees are currently on the emergency response benefit, if the employer chooses to put them on the wage subsidy, that employer can do that. They just need to make sure that people aren't going on the response benefit and the wage subsidy at the same time. So in that situation, we are hoping that that employer will bring people back onto their staff. That would be very helpful, I think, for the employees, give them a greater sense of confidence. And I think it will help us as we move into the transition to have that connection with their employer.
For Carleton.
The problem is you can't go off the benefit on Monday and go on to the wage subsidy on a Tuesday. They're separated by months. In other words, there will be full months during which workers are effectively banned from doing 3/4 of the work they would normally do because they would lose the wage subsidy if they did. So we would ask the government to consider gently phasing out the emergency benefit to say 30 cents on the dollar so that people are always better off working than they otherwise would be. Does anything in today's bill ban businesses receiving the wage subsidy from paying executive bonuses, share buybacks, or boosted dividends during the period for which they received that subsidy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, the condition around the wage subsidy is that the employer will need to show us before they actually get the money that they've actually paid the employees. So the $847 or up to $847 per week will have already gone to the employees by the time the money actually goes to the company. So there is no way for the business to actually take that money and give it to senior executives or use it for something else. That is very clear, and that was one of the things that we wanted to ensure was the case, and that's why the design is exactly that way.
For Carleton.
No, but a large corporation receiving the wage subsidy could basically displace money that it would normally give its frontline workers and use that same money for executive bonuses, dividends, and share buybacks, which is completely unacceptable. Taxpayers should not be shoveling hundreds of millions of dollars into a large corporation, some of which will then flow into the hands of wealthy executives and shareholders. That's what happened when this government and the Minister of Industry gave Bombardier $372 million. The executives and the owners got huge bonuses, and the workers lost their jobs. So I take the minister's non-answer to mean that there is nothing to prevent share buybacks or dividend payouts from this bill. Also on the bill, Sonny and Randy own a Markham business. They have a payroll of just over $1 million. Do they qualify for the emergency business loan? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. Doesn't matter how we communicate it in ways that are trying to use trickery to make Canadians think something's happening that's not. The facts are the money that's going for the wage subsidy will go to employees. There's only one thing that they must do is show the money has already gone to employees. So it cannot be used for something else. It must be used for that purpose. And what we're doing around credit for businesses is we're trying to create credit opportunities for businesses at all different sizes. So the Canada Emergency Business Account is meant for the smallest of businesses. We've come forward with larger opportunities for credit for businesses that are larger, up to $12.5 million, half of it through BDC, half of it through EDC. And we are looking at further credit support that we continue to work on, which we hope to announce in the not too distant future.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. N95 masks, endotracheal tubes, dressing trays, face shields, and catheters. What do these things have in common? They're all critical in our fight to save Canadian lives from COVID-19. But they're also single-use plastics that are going to be labeled as toxic under Schedule 1 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Canadians are shocked to see how ill-equipped we are to manufacture needed medical supplies. Instead, we rely on the Chinese, Americans, and European suppliers to meet our demands. This puts Canadian lives at risk, and it's time to promote plastics manufacturing in Canada. Would the government agree that banning single-use plastics, including medical equipment, and declaring plastic to be toxic is not a good idea?
The Honourable Minister of Industry, Science and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and he's highlighted the importance of our efforts of mobilizing industry to look at Made in Canada solutions. And I'd like to just highlight and underscore some of the efforts we have made in terms of securing important personal protective equipment. We have sourced more than 230 million surgical masks, and over 17 million have already been delivered. We have roughly 75 million N95 masks on order, and in the coming days, we expect to have over 2 million more masks in Canada's possession. And we received nearly 10 million pairs of medical gloves. So we've taken appropriate steps to make sure that we protect frontline healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to just pause for a moment. We won't take any of the members' time. Just to change up our console operator. Just take a few seconds. Is that correct? Okay. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
We know that many Canadians are isolated at home, but some Canadians suffered isolation long before COVID-19. I'm speaking, of course, about our veterans who have no one else to turn to and who may be home alone during this crisis without assistance. What actions is Veterans Affairs Canada taking to reach out to all veterans to ensure that they are okay and getting the help they need during this time?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very aware that there are communities of particularly vulnerable Canadians who need particular support during this crisis. That, of course, includes our veterans, many of whom are also older people and so fall into category doubly at risk. We are very much focused on them, and I do want to take this opportunity to thank all of the individual Canadians who have making such efforts to reach out to fellow Canadians who are suffering from the necessary isolation.
Honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, we need to be sure that the government is taking action, and particularly on this. Can the government tell us if they're tracking a significant increase in mental health issues and suicides, and what actions are they taking to protect Canadians from taking their lives at this particularly stressful time?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that, I'm sad to say, is a really excellent question. And one of the prices that we are all paying right now through this period of physical distancing is more Canadians are suffering from mental health problems. We are very much focused on it, and Health Canada is definitely putting forward some measures to be sure to help people at this time. But I do also want to encourage Canadians, individual Canadians, to keep on doing what they've been doing, which is to help their neighbours, help their friends, help their family.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
We've learned recently in a Global News report that there are no public health officials at Canada's land borders. Is this the case? And if so, why is this still the case?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our land borders, we have taken unprecedented action to restrict travel between Canada and the United States. We have done this with great care because it has been important to restrict non-essential travel, even as we have taken steps to be sure that essential travel, the travel which is necessary for trade, the travel which is necessary to keep food in our grocery stores, the travel which is essential to get medical devices across the borders, continues to happen. That is work which is being done in close collaboration with the United States, which is being done by CBSA, and CBSA works closely with the provinces and with Health Canada.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian energy industry, particularly in my province of Alberta, but also in Newfoundland and Labrador, is under attack by predatory dumping from the Saudi Arabian kingdom and from the Russian government. This is a short and medium-term oil crisis which threatens 10% of Canada's GDP and significant tax revenue. So what actions are the government going to take beyond a wage subsidy to ensure that our industry survives in the face of this unrelenting attack from foreign governments?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government, working closely with the province of Alberta, has been very, very engaged in efforts at the G20, in efforts led by the NAFTA energy ministers to ensure that this unacceptable international manipulation of the price of oil come to an end. The G20 energy ministers meeting yesterday did bring some positive results, and we will continue to be very, very engaged in this important issue.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I asked earlier about parental benefits, and the minister answered that the CRERB will not affect them. And that's good, but we already knew that. What we don't know is that if expectant parents haven't met their hourly thresholds due to layoffs, if the government will adjust the program to allow them the benefits, can the minister please tell these concerned parents what to expect?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are currently looking at consequences for a number of groups to their ability to meet the eligibility criteria for EI moving forward. I think also of substitute teachers who aren't able to get the hours they need now because they're not in schools teaching. We know that while this may seem a little ways off, this is a very pressing issue for Canadians, and we're digging in on it right now. Thank you.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the minister earlier said that changing the worker eligibility to add seasonal workers who are currently not working would require a legislative change. That's what she told me. Presumably, this would be to Section 61A to remove the criteria, and I quote, ceasing working for the reasons related to COVID-19. Now, earlier she said to the member for New Brunswick Southwest that it would take a regulatory change. How would people who did not cease working due to COVID-19 be covered without changing the section of the Act, Mr. Speaker? I really need to know, Parliament needs to know if we're going to have to come back to fix this section of the Act so that we can meet what the government has agreed to today with Motion R.
The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. So if it is the intent of this Parliament to change the overall criteria of the CERB, that is a legislative requirement. Under the first emergency response legislation, there is regulatory power, for lack of a better word, I apologize, given to the minister in the person of myself to make certain classes of workers or certain types of income exempt from the requirements of the Act. That is the provision under which we would be able to, through regulation, exempt seasonal workers. The other thing is we have a complementary act through the EI Act that we could create, make regulatory changes because seasonal workers are covered under employment insurance.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the minister's contribution here, but again, I just don't want to see mistaken or wrong, flat-out wrong information going out. Parliamentarians are struggling to deal with the many questions Canadians have, and we don't want to further muddy the waters. Now, over the past few days, I've heard from many people who applied for EI after March 15th and have not been paid, despite the fact that governments say all applicants were processed. Why is it fair to someone who applies for CERB today will get paid in 2 days, but others have been waiting for weeks?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers we're dealing with in this crisis in terms of EI applications between March 15th and April 6th and CERB combined applications since are extraordinary. Let me give you some numbers. April 10th, yesterday, 231,000 people applied for CERB. That includes EI and non-EI eligible. This week alone, it was 3.32 million. Since March 15th, it's been 5.85 million Canadians have applied, and we've processed 5.26 million of these. Understanding there are still 600,000 applications in the queue, we are working around the clock, and I too offer a shout out to public servants for their incredible work on this.
Member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen, Nicola.
And I believe in supporting our public services, they support Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't an answer to the people that are sending me emails and asking specifically on this. Now, the Canada Summer Jobs has been altered, and we have sent multiple letters with questions with no formal response. We expected the government would have removed those applicants who are no longer operating due to COVID, but now learn they expect overworked MPs' offices to do that for them. Why is the government putting all responsibility on managing program applicants on MP offices and giving them only a week to do so?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member opposite would agree that members of parliaments are uniquely positioned to know the needs and what's going on in their community. They are not alone in this. We have Service Canada public servants working around the clock, contacting at the same time employers to determine if they want to keep offering these jobs, if they like to amend the job descriptions that they want to offer young people. We thought it was very important to give members of parliament, again, who are on the ground, the opportunity to work with us to ensure that maybe organizations that historically hadn't even existed until this crisis had the opportunity to get 100% wage subsidy for young people for this summer.
Last short question, the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, MPs work every year with Service Canada in order to be able to have this program go forward, but why make all MPs' offices responsible for removing unsuccessful applicants, finding new ones, and managing the operations of who does this, instead of simply having a second intake for essential organizations to apply?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we are in fact having a second intake that will be a combined effort of MP offices and Service Canada. In order to get this out as quickly as possible, we felt the best way forward would be to get an all-hands-on-deck approach so that it didn't take weeks and months, so that in fact it took days. We know this is a lot to ask of MPs, but we are there and Service Canada is there to support them.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, even before COVID-19 hit, the processing capacity for our agriculture sector was already in dire straits, especially in Ontario. I'd like to know from the government what efforts are they making to ensure that there are adequate CFIA inspectors to ensure that pork, beef and poultry can be processed.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our agricultural sector has never been more important for Canada and Canadians than it is today. It is quite appropriate for us at a time of a global pandemic, at a time when borders are facing greater questions and greater restrictions than ever before, to really be concerned about food security here at home. That is why we are very focused on supporting agricultural workers, supporting farmers, and definitely supporting the food processing sector.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, for regions of this country where tourism is a major industry, including the Niagara region and my riding of Perth Wellington, places like the Stratford Festival, the Stratford Summer Music, Drayton Entertainment are all going to be significantly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Stratford Festival alone has $135 million of economic activity. In the past, during the SARS crisis and during the 2008-2009 economic downturn, the government brought forward plans to deal with this sector, which includes the tourist sector, the arts and culture sector, and the hospitality sector that are all affected. What plans will the government bring forward specifically for these sectors?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we very much recognize that the sectors that the member identified, the hospitality sector, the arts and culture sector, the tourism sector, have been impacted in a very, very damaging way. There are other sectors as well, sectors like the airline sector, the energy sector that are significantly impacted. What we're looking to do is make sure that we have credit support for businesses across all sizes, from small to large. And we're looking at whether there needs to be some specific measures for specific industries as well. And as we have more information, we will certainly come forward.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, in the government's modelling, they've shown different scenarios depending on whether it's a 2.5 or 5% infection rate across the country, showing anywhere from 11,000 or up to 22,000 deaths. As we all know, these models change as different actions are taken by the government. As these models change, would the government commit to providing updated models to this House and to Canadians on a weekly basis?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely believes in science. We believe that information and knowledge is power, and we believe that sharing what we know with Canadians helps all of us respond effectively to the threat posed by the coronavirus. So absolutely, we have a daily press conference by the Prime Minister, daily briefings by health authorities and ministers. In all of those formats, we share information, and we will continue to do so.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, every day I hear from seniors in my riding who are affected by the COVID-19 crisis, particularly some who are very concerned about their RRSPs, their retirement savings, who have taken a major hit. Will the government consider lessening the RIF requirements beyond what's been already proposed?
Well, Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we recognize that seniors, like all Canadians, are feeling extremely challenged. Seniors maybe more so because of the additional health anxiety that they have. Not only have we lowered the amount that they are required to take out of their registered retirement income fund, we also know that what we did with the GST low income tax credit has a very significant positive impact on seniors, helping far more than the majority, past 80% of those that are in a single situation and almost 50% in a couple situation. So these are important measures to help. We will be considering other things we can do, and importantly, to support the health sector, to support seniors.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, this House has asked the Auditor General to undertake important work on its behalf. Currently, the Auditor General of Canada is an interim appointment. Would the government make his appointment permanent, effective immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we did make an interim extension on the Auditor General because we thought that was appropriate at this moment in time. We will consider what the next steps are appropriately as we have the time to do so, but we do think that the current status allows him to continue to do his important work for all of us in Parliament.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, my office and my exceptional staff, both in here in the riding and here in my riding and here in Ottawa, are doing work and hearing from constituents every day about not being eligible for these different programs, whether they're students, whether they're seasonal employers, whether they're people who work part-time but not beyond the 10 hours. The government has stated that they will be making some changes to the CERB. On what date will those changes come into effect?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite frankly, as quickly as possible, we are trying to address the systemic gaps in the CERB. I can't, at this time, tell you exactly when each specific change will go into effect, but I can make a commitment on behalf of myself and the government to do it as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you. My next question is about the CERB. Obviously, we're really happy about the intent that was announced by the government to have an exception for zero revenues. We saw that there were firefighters, volunteer firefighters and other people that were affected. So we appreciate that change. And I'd like the Minister of Employment to confirm that is in the upcoming week that details will be announced. There was a question about the 10 hours, and I'd like to make sure that that's the actual figure. And before she answers my question, I'd also like to pay tribute to the fact that they announced that seasonal workers will also be covered, not just those who lost their income because of COVID-19, but also those who won't work. I'd also like to know when this will officially come into force, the measure for seasonal workers. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Employment. Thank you very much. And before I answer, I'd like to thank all members for their cooperation and for their efforts. Of course, we created the CERB, and we knew that there would be other work to do as well. And that's what we're doing now. In the coming days, we will continue to address people who fell between the cracks. And as I said in English, we're absolutely committed to responding to these needs as quickly as possible. The Honourable for Joliette. Quite humbly, I'd like to present a case to the Minister. A teacher who is a supply teacher on call, and they hadn't been called in recent months, since beginning of March. Would this person be able to apply for the CERB? The Honourable Minister. Of course, the particularities of a particular situation have to be looked up, but with the present case, I think that if that person is not working because of COVID, they, of course, would be able to apply for the CERB.
Particular case on your behalf. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Before the last sentence, I would have heard that you said that, yes, unconditionally, but then I had to hear what happened after. So with respect to the CERB, you said that you had to have earned $5,000 in revenue. What is revenue? A student grant for a student at university, that is income for that person, but it's non-taxable. Does that count for revenue for the CERB? Also, people who have stopped working. In Quebec, we have the CEST for those who had a workplace accident, and there's another benefit for those who had a road accident. We also have a benefit for someone who took money from a RIF, and there's also, could that count as part of the $5,000 in income? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Thank you for your question. The details are very specific, and I'll be able to respond to these after today. The $5,000 is income we earned at work. It's a little more flexible than what we have in the tax system, but it's really what you earned at your job over the past year. The Honourable for Joliette. I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer. I have several cases of people who stopped working and want to go back to work. For example, they could be on sick leave, they have a broken leg, or a situation like that. And these people cannot go back to work because of COVID-19. Will these people also be eligible for the CERB? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Employment. Thank you very much for that good question. We know that this sort of case does exist. We're working now as a team to solve this issue, but I don't have any answers to give you right now. But of course, this is one of the highest priorities for myself and my team.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Indigenous leaders across the country have told me that their needs in terms of health care in their communities are already stretched to the maximum, and they need to have additional resources in terms of personnel. Nursing personnel in many Indigenous communities are already very vulnerable to COVID-19. What is the government doing to ensure that Indigenous communities have enough healthcare workers to face this pandemic? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to thank him for his very important question. Last week, with the Minister of Indigenous Services, I had a very important conversation with Indigenous leaders across, First Nations leaders across the country. Our government realizes that First Nations, Inuit and Métis are amongst the most vulnerable peoples in Canada. We gave them immediate support through the Indigenous Community Support Program. This will be for health care, equipment, testing, personnel. And that's just the beginning. We know that additional support is absolutely necessary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the response. For a long time, it's been really clear that federal governments have left Indigenous communities behind. The state of infrastructure in many communities, as you know, means that Indigenous communities are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of COVID-19, where self-isolation and physical distancing are not privileges that many Indigenous communities are able to take part in. Those aren't practices they can take part in as a result of overcrowding in housing and unsafe housing. Hand washing is difficult when you don't have access to clean drinking water. Indigenous communities around the country have been clear that the response has not been adequate, particularly that the funding announced has not been enough. This week, National Chief Bellegarde called on the federal government to immediately release about 10% of all its future funding dedicated to its response to COVID-19 pandemic directly to the First Nations communities. Why is the government waiting to scale up to respond to the need and the scale of the need in Indigenous communities?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. Our government absolutely recognizes that Indigenous people, First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities are among the most vulnerable Canadians and need particular support when it comes to the challenges posed by COVID-19. Last week, together with the Minister of Indigenous Services, we had a call with Chief Bellegarde and all the regional chiefs from the Assembly of First Nations. We are providing immediate support through the Community Support Fund to address public health issues. This includes providing PPE, testing, and healthcare personnel. We do know this is just the beginning, and we are prepared to and are working on providing further support.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
Thank you again for that response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to now turn our attention to flooding and the way that flooding is going to impact Indigenous communities across the country. I'll give one example, a community like Kashechewan, which represents a lot of what happens across Canada. The specific concern is that the solution to Indigenous communities faced with flooding cannot simply be camping out on the land. This solution is fraught with serious issues. The situation in Kashechewan and many other Indigenous communities are particularly difficult given the impacts of COVID-19 and barriers to previous plans, which were evacuations. Does the minister have an update on clear plans and what the department is planning on doing to ensure the safety of Indigenous communities beyond encouraging them to camp on the land, particularly given the additional impact of COVID-19?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Speaker, that is another important question, and certainly for Indigenous communities and indeed for all Canadians, the combination of flood season, of forest fire season with COVID-19 is going to pose a particular set of challenges. The Minister of Public Security and Emergency Services is very seized of this issue and has been working on it in close collaboration with provincial partners, with Indigenous partners and communities, with the Minister of Indigenous Services and the Minister for Northern Affairs. We do know that we're going to have to pay particular attention to how we work on these issues. As for the On the Land program, where that is a way that Indigenous communities wish to address the issue, of course they will have our support, but that can't be the only answer.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister visited my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound just before last fall's election to discuss broadband rural internet. I'll add he was received, how should I say, a passionate welcome to say the least. Small businesses, people working from home and rural schools are all suffering due to a lack of reliable internet. COVID-19 has exacerbated the existing situation dramatically. I'm sure all rural MPs could easily identify dozens of constituents who are having a heck of a time getting up-to-date info on any of the current government COVID-19 benefits or programs, or even applying due to a lack of reliable internet access or their ability to get through to the 1-800 numbers. What is the government doing to rectify rural internet issues right now?
Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his very thoughtful question on a very important subject matter with respects to high-speed internet connectivity in rural communities. Prior to COVID-19, we had made significant investments through Connect to Innovate. We also put forward significant funding under the Universal Broadband Initiative to assist communities like that because we recognize that we're dealing with a significant digital divide. Going forward, we'll work very closely with the telecommunications sector. This is a top-of-mind issue that I've spoken to many companies who have raised this issue with me on providing better services, high-speed internet connectivity at more affordable prices, and we'll continue to work with the member opposite and those communities that have been impacted.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, the gross revenue reduction test for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy doesn't work well for farmers, as their revenue patterns and income amounts are subject to timing, volume, and pricing changes over the year or years, vice what is currently outlined in the wage subsidy legislation. Will changes be made to include farmers and ranchers who have been left out of the wage subsidy when the government has deemed food and agriculture as a critical and essential during this time of crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard to come up with an approach for the wage subsidy that will deal with those sectors of our economy, those individual organizations that are most impacted by COVID-19. The revenue tests we've put in place show us that they've actually seen significant change in their situation and therefore getting a wage subsidy. We do also know that there's other things that we need to do to support sectors that are experiencing challenges, like the agricultural sector. It's one of the reasons we changed the ability for Farm Credit Canada to give loans, because we know that sector is going to be in challenge, and we'll continue to think about ways that we can support our food supply, knowing how critical that is at a time like now.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, small and micro businesses, especially those that are family-owned or sole proprietors, are not eligible for many, if any, of the current COVID-19 benefits and are slipping through the cracks. Will the government remove the minimum $50,000 wage ceiling to qualify for the Canadian Emergency Business Account? If yes, when?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
I want to thank the honourable member for that really important question. Those micro businesses and family-owned businesses are really, really important to the communities that just make it so dynamic, and the various supports that we have put in place are intended to help those very businesses and weather this very, very difficult time. And we're going to continue to work and listen to our businesses and listen to those micro businesses to ensure that they are supported through this period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear an answer. Yes or no, will the ceiling be changed?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
We're going to continue to listen to those businesses. They're so dynamic in our communities, and we're going to ensure that we are going to work hard so that our businesses are supported through this very difficult time.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Can the Minister of Finance answer that question, Mr. Speaker? Will the ceiling be changed?
The honourable the honourable Minister for Small Business and Export Promotion.
Businesses across the country have been listened to, and we are going to continue to listen to those businesses. We've done a number of things to help our Canadian businesses. We have helped businesses keep their costs low. So for businesses like the one that the honourable member just talked about, it really is helping by deferring the GST or the HST or customs duties payments so that our businesses can weather through this difficult time.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, Service Canada offices have been closed across the country. For those Canadians without internet access or phone access, depend on these Service Canada offices. Will the government consider reopening these Service Canada offices, and when?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Service Canada offices were closed both in the public health interests of our public servants, but also in the public health interests of Canadians who access services through these offices. I can appreciate the frustration of individuals who don't have phone or internet access, and I'll take that back as a personal challenge, but we have doubled our efforts to make sure that we are answering questions online, that we are answering questions on the telephone, but right now we don't think it's in the public health interest of either our citizens or our public servants to have our Service Canada offices open.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to read a quote. In a few months, we will normally see a lot of fresh Canadian produce coming onto the market. I believe that's in jeopardy right now, said the Canadian Federation of Agriculture President Mary Robinson. I am so nervous to say that because I don't want to create any sense of panic. My farmers in Bradford, West Gwillim Bay have reached out to me. They are very concerned about the planting right now. They are concerned about their accounts receivables and being paid. So I'm looking to this government. How will this government support farmers who are facing uncertainty right now about their yields, and in the months to come, and some protection for fresh produce farmers on their receivables?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I just have to say that we all are concerned with the impacts on multiple sectors that are happening as a result of COVID-19. This means that we need to think about how we can support different sectors. Most importantly, what we've done is we've put in place approaches for credit for organizations across all different sizes, and we're continuing to work on that. But in the agricultural sector, we've specifically changed the rules around Farm Credit Canada, allowed for farmers, for agricultural sectors to get access to credit, to find their way through this, and we are going to continue to consider other approaches to ensure the support is there.
Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need your help now. Time is of the essence. If there's an outbreak in our homes, it will be deadly. Our most pressing needs are PPE, off-site isolation beds. This is coming from homes for the physically and mentally challenged adult homes in my riding. York Simcoe is home to over 28 of these homes, and they're pleading with the federal government for more financial help. We have all said here, will we leave no Canadian behind? We expect no Canadian to be left behind. This is a vulnerable group in homes that needs more support. What is the government willing to do for these people?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure every member in this House that vulnerable Canadians, in particular those with disabilities, are top of mind for this government. Yesterday, we issued a statement affirming our commitment to leave no one behind, to ensure quality of access to health care and medical treatment, and that's exactly what we're doing. I'm working very closely with the disability community. I yesterday announced the creation of a COVID-19 disability advisory group to get on-the-ground, lived experience, real-time advice, and that's the exact kind of situation we're tackling. Working with my colleague, the Minister of Seniors, we want to make sure that any kind of more residential-type care facility has the most protection we can in this time of crisis.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you. We're looking for an exact answer. When will money and help be available for these homes? We all know time is of the essence. If we have outbreak in one of these homes, it can be disastrous. So the question is when?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, as part of our global response to ensuring that each province has the healthcare capacity it needs to respond in this time of crisis, we are working, the Minister of Health and I are working with our colleagues in the area of health and disability to ensure provincial needs are identified and that we can, through collaboration, address them. I can assure the member that this is a top priority for us, and we are doing everything we possibly can.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
The Medical Intelligence Cell within the Canadian Forces Intelligence Command warned the government about the emergence of COVID-19 in January. Specifically, did the government take heed of this report when it had the ability to prepare our country for the COVID-19 outbreak?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government was focused on the threat posed by the novel coronavirus from actually the end of last year. We have been very aware of it and have been following it closely, both through our own officials and in close collaboration with our friends and allies around the world. When it comes to specific intelligence to which I or other ministers have been privy, of course we cannot share that.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
The economic repercussions of this period will be deeply felt by Canadians across the country. People need to get back to work and have jobs to go back to. Action needs to be taken to get our economy back on track once COVID-19 is contained. Does this Liberal government have a plan for the economic recovery once the pandemic is over?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to clarify one assumption embedded in the honourable member's question, and that is this notion that there will be a immediate and visible end to the pandemic. We will be fully safe and fully past this only once either a vaccine has been developed or we have a very high level of herd immunity within Canada. Prior to that, what experts are saying is likely to happen, and as was shown in our data forecast on Friday, is that there will be a peak, we'll get past that peak, and then we need to prepare for some wavelets coming after, and we need to have a calibration of social distancing efforts that go on and off, allowing our economy to restart to some extent.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilley-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Government of Quebec announced yesterday afternoon that all cultural and sporting events until August would be cancelled. This will have a disastrous impact on tourism, particularly on the lower shore, but elsewhere in Quebec and all across Canada. Does the government plan to do anything to alleviate the hardship faced by the tourism sector? The Honourable Finance Minister. That's a very good question, Mr. Chairman. We know there are industries that are in a very difficult position because of COVID-19. That's why we've negotiated credits for certain sectors, and we will continue to free up credit for them, and we will see whether there are other approaches that could be taken. That's what we're doing. The Honourable Member. Mr. Chairman, I have an idea for my government colleagues. This is an idea from my colleague for Mégantic-l'Érable. When documents are sent by mail, they can be sent to Whitehorse or across the street. It costs the same price for the stamp. So could the government look into, together with Canada Post, because with online sales, this is going to only grow over time because we want to get economic activity stimulated in our regions. So could the government not directly support industries that do online sales, not just close to us, close to home, but also abroad? The Honourable Minister.
Member for that question and that suggestion. In fact, just last week I had the opportunity to listen to a number of businesses who are looking at online sales as a new opportunity to be able to grow their business or do business in the time of COVID-19. And As I said earlier, we have been listening to businesses and we will continue to listen to businesses, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for that very good suggestion, and we're going to keep listening to him and businesses across this country to see what we can do.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, there are companies that aren't eligible for the wage subsidy because they're affiliates of a larger or subsidiaries of a larger corporation, but they have a bigger mother company, and so I was just wondering whether these affiliates, these companies, might eventually qualify under this bill. The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, we considered the situation of companies with subsidiaries, but we determined that there had to be a solution for the whole group. So if some companies are in a good position, but a branch is struggling, the group is really what matters. And that way we can make sure that the money gets to the companies and individual that are truly in a difficult position because of COVID-19. And I think that companies can keep their companies and protect their employees if they have enough revenues. The Honourable Member, the assistance provided by Investment Quebec and others with 3% interest, where there's some direct loans and some loan guarantees, but that adds to companies' debt, like my own, and unlike the $40,000 that the government pays and you only have to refund 75%, have you considered the possibility that companies could be given a chance, companies that have lower revenues, some option for them to have access to these loans or loan guarantees? Because small businesses also pay taxes and overhead and rents and so on. It's not just about wages. And it could take months before these companies can reopen their businesses unless they have that money sooner. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are trying to find solutions for companies of all sizes. For smaller companies, there's the emergency benefit for their employees. If they're a bit bigger, with up 50,000 to 100,000, they can get the emergency benefit and the extra $40,000. If they're even bigger, they can get a loan with a government guaranteed loan through BDC up to $12 million. So there's a solution for every size of company, and we will continue to consider other options, other things we could do to improve everyone's situation.
I'm going to take a moment again to change up our operator at the console. Just a moment. Is it correct? Merci beaucoup. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Except the problem with Service Canada is they're not there for us. They're not there for Canadians. Not if you don't have high-speed internet, and not if you can't get through on a phone line, which most Canadians cannot. And with millions of Canadians out of work, why did the government think it was acceptable to close down Service Canada offices while grocery stores across this country have refitted themselves to serve Canadians? Why couldn't those measures have been taken in Service Canada offices so we could continue to serve the public?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying not to take exception to the fact that somehow our public servants at Service Canada aren't working really hard to serve Canadians in alternate ways, whether through phone or through the internet. I appreciate the challenge, the particular challenge faced by individuals who don't have high-speed internet access. We have redeployed thousands of both former public servants, volunteers to answer phones. Unfortunately, the reality of the millions of Canadians that need help right now is that patience is the word of the day. Canadians understand that. They're frustrated, but they understand that their fellow citizens are doing their very best. We made a public health decision in the best interest of both public servants and the public to shut down these offices, and we stand by that decision.
Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
To the Finance Minister, in today's bill that we're going to be debating we are debating, we'll debate for the rest of the afternoon. Can a company that qualifies for the wage subsidy just pay that subsidy, the 75%? In other words, cut an employee's salary by 25% and just pay what the federal government is offering? Or is there a requirement to pay 100% so employers do pay the 25% and the feds pay 75%? Thanks.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is a really important question. We came to the conclusion that for those employers who have a reduction in revenue, that we didn't want to force them to pay the additional 25% in every situation, because in many situations they would just not be able to do that, and therefore the wage subsidy wouldn't work for them. What we've done is say that we urge employers to pay that additional 25%. We think that should be done where they can do it, but we're not forcing them to do so, because otherwise the wage subsidy actually wouldn't have the desired impact of allowing them to bring people back off being laid off and actually staying with the company. So we hope that ends up with employers that have the capability to pay their employees in full, and for others that it will maintain that important bond between employee and employer.
Well, member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you for the clarity. Canada's international seafood trade markets have been decimated. Throughout Atlantic Canada, there are numerous small, medium-sized lobster buyers that have faced serious and significant financial losses. They purchase lobster in the fall for $10 a pound, and they've been unloading it for $2 to $4. They're taking huge losses. This is not stock they can keep in tanks. It has to be sold. What kind of help will the government be able to provide these lobster buyers throughout Atlantic Canada? And my question is for the Finance Minister.
Deputy Prime Minister.
But I hope you will tolerate an answer from the Deputy Prime Minister. It's a very important question. It is an issue that we are very focused on. The Minister of Fisheries is very, very aware of this. This is an area where the global economic slowdown caused by response to the coronavirus has had a particularly sharp and striking effect. The Minister of Fisheries is very seized with the issue and is working on it.
Thank you. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer as well. My question is for the Government House Leader. Why does he say Parliament cannot meet daily when it's acceptable for ministers to do so?
The honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier today, the role of Parliament is fundamental. The role of parliamentarians is also fundamental. And we recognize that. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we all understand that we're in the middle of this huge pandemic, this huge crisis. And I want to thank all the people that are here working today. I see the technicians, I see people translating what we're saying at this moment. I see the people at the table, the security agents, and all those people that would have to come here on a daily basis if that was the case.
We'll move on to the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses and the people who run them are key to our communities, and they need help paying their bills right now. They need help than more than just the loans that the government's offering. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, even with the help already being provided, 42% of small businesses are worried that they will have to permanently close. Only 6 in 10 businesses were in a position to pay their commercial rent in full for April. Nearly 70% of over 25,000 businesses surveyed expected to default on their lease by May 1st. Will the government follow the example of other countries such as France, the UK, Denmark, and Australia, who have all taken action to provide relief and subsidies to help small businesses with their commercial rents so they can survive these unprecedented times?
The Honourable Minister of Small Businesses.
I want to thank the honourable member for that very good question. And the supports that we have put in place, like helping businesses keep their costs low, like helping them defer the GST and the HST, as well as customs duties, deferring when they will pay their income tax. These measures, along with what we are debating today, which is the wage subsidy, helping businesses with that very significant expense of paying for their employees, this is going to help businesses keep their costs low. And in doing so, we'll give them that flexibility to be able to manage the other costs that they are. But I want to again reiterate, we will continue to listen to businesses so that they are supported through this very difficult period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think we'll have time for maybe just one more question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from so many of my constituents, they're terrified about what's to come and how they're going to keep their families fed and the roofs over their head. A lot of them are really scared, and they're now dealing with the problems of being paid double payments, overpayments, and they need to know that the money that they receive isn't going to be clawed back unfairly if they don't fit the specific criteria in the emergency response benefits. So will the minister reassure people today and commit that those who have applied in good faith for and received benefits through the CERB or other programs to support them through this crisis will not be unjustly penalized?
Minister of Employment.
To be brief, Mr. Speaker, I can so confirm. But if Canadians truthfully reply, honestly believe they're eligible, it's determined they may not have been, or perhaps they received 2 payments because they've applied twice, we will absolutely ensure through our back end that we will respectfully work with them. Nobody is going to be made to have more duress because of these efforts, I can assure this House.
We have time for another. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
There's no doubt that seniors right across the country are feeling the impacts of the increased cost due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Many are suffering a great deal of anxiety because of the declining retirement or value of their retirement savings, and they depend upon that greatly. Canadian seniors need our help, and they need it now. Will the government use the existing OAS GIS benefit structure or the CERB to provide additional benefits to seniors in most need? And will it temporarily suspend 100% of the mandatory RRIF withdrawals for the duration of the COVID-19 crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we very much recognize that seniors are facing, in many ways, more anxiety than any of the other Canadians because they're concerned about the health risks. We know they're also facing financial challenges, correctly, as the member pointed out, around their savings. That's the reason we did change the amount of money that they were to bring out of their RRIF, which is a similar measure, the same size measure actually as it was done in the 2008-2009 crisis. However, we've done something more, and the GST low-income tax credit hits a very large amount of seniors. It's going to provide instant help for them, which we recognize is important, and we will continue to work with the provinces to make sure that our healthcare systems have the capability to meet up to this challenge at a challenging time.
It being 3:33 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, the committee will rise. Conformément à l'ordre
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-14, an act respecting certain measures in response to COVID-19.
Nous allons attendre une seconde. Nous attendons. Okay, very good. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-14, a second act respecting certain measures in response to COVID-19, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Conformément.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the motion for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Members are permitted to split their time with another member. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and Internal Trade. We're living in a strange time. On Wednesday, Passover Seders were moved online. This Easter weekend, churches normally filled with people are standing empty. Towns and cities across this country have strangely empty streets. The public health measures required to stop the spread of COVID-19, such as social distancing and the closing of public and private spaces, are having a profound impact on Canadians and on our economy. All sectors of the economy are being affected by COVID-19 as civil society is mobilized to stop the spread of this disease. Que les choses aillent bien.
In good times and bad, companies provide employment, products, and services Canadians rely on for their communities to work.
Are vulnerable. They are the heart of our communities and they need to be supported. We know nonprofits and charities are facing challenges too. Canadians' needs for their services are going up, but their donations are going down.
These employers need our help to protect Canadians' jobs and to maintain the resilience of our economy.
We need to confront the very real needs of Canadian business owners and workers and take action to give them the support they urgently need in the face of this pandemic. This is where the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy comes in. To help Canadians and businesses get through these tough economic times, the government's proposing through this legislation a wage subsidy of 75% for qualifying employers for up to 3 months, retroactive to March 15th, 2020. The Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy is a key measure to ensure that Canadian families can count on a source of income through this difficult time.
The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy will enable companies to retain their workers and rehire workers who were laid off so that the Canadian economy can come roaring back from this crisis. It's important, Mr. Speaker. By retaining employees, Canadian companies will be in a better position to bounce back from this crisis.
The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidies proposed to apply at a rate of 75% of the first $58,700 earned by employees, representing a benefit of $847 per week per employee. The program would be in place for a 12-week period from March 15th to June 6th, 2020. Eligible employers would be those who suffer a drop in gross revenues of at least 15% in March or 30% in April or May when compared to the same month in 2019 or to an average of January and February 2020 revenues.
This subsidy is available to employers of all sizes in all sectors except for the public sector. Our government wants employers and employees all across Canada to get the help they need.
And registered charities will be able to benefit from all of the additional flexibilities for the revenue drop test that I've just described. We also know that different types of organizations in this vitally important sector are facing different types of funding pressures. Nonprofit organizations and charities will therefore be able to choose between including government revenues and excluding them when calculating their drop in revenue. Eligible employers would be able to access the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy by applying through a Canada Revenue Agency online portal.
The amount of the proposed wage subsidy would be based on salary or wages actually paid to employees. We expect all employers to make every effort to top up salaries and wages to 100% of the maximum amount covered.
Design the subsidy to provide generous and timely financial support to employers, and we expect that employers will use this subsidy in a way that supports the health and well-being of their employees. The legislation includes a provision to protect the integrity of the program and to ensure that it's not misused. An officer of any organization that applies would have to attest to the accuracy of the claims. Any company that receives the benefit and is then discovered to be ineligible would have to repay the amount of subsidy received. And there would be serious consequences for anyone who tried to take advantage of this subsidy. The COVID-19 pandemic is causing disruption across our economy in ways big and small. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy is only one of a myriad of measures introduced by the government in recent weeks to support Canadians through the outbreak of COVID-19. Over the last 3 weeks, our government has announced a series of broad economy-wide supports as a part of Canada's COVID-19 economic response plan. This plan will help to ensure that Canadians can weather this storm. Et à quiconque
Anyone who loses all their income because of COVID-19 will be eligible for the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. The benefit period was launched on Monday, and millions of Canadians applied. Our government is also making it possible for companies and the self-employed to defer until June their GST, HST remittances and customs duty payments on imports. This is tantamount to giving Canadian businesses interest-free loans of up to $30 billion. In addition, our government has pushed back the deadlines for the filing of tax returns and payment of income tax owing. That leaves $55 billion in circulation in our economy. These steps will help companies to continue paying their employees and their bills and will help limit cash flow problems. Our government has also launched the Canada Emergency Business Account. This program will offer $25 billion to financial institutions that qualify to provide partially forgivable interest-free loans to small businesses and not-for-profits.
$40,000 guaranteed and funded by the Government of Canada will ensure that small businesses have access to the capital they need at a 0% interest rate so they can pay for rent and other important costs over the next number of months. Additionally, if you pay the loan back before December 31st, 2022, 25% of it, of up to $10,000, will be forgivable. For small and medium-sized companies that require greater help to meet their operational cash flow requirements, our government created the new Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise Loan and Guarantee Program, which will provide $40 billion in lending, supported through EDC and BDC, for small businesses to help them weather the impacts of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, these are uncertain times. We understand that Canadians urgently need support, and we're using all the tools available to make sure we protect Canadians' health and keep our economy strong. Now's the time for us to come together and to work together. Across the country, we're seeing civic action on a level not seen in generations. We know that Canadians are staying home to help stop the spread of this disease. By doing this, they're saving lives and protecting our frontline workers. I'm calling on all parliamentarians to swiftly pass this bill. Canadian workers and businesses deserve the certainty. We know, Mr. Speaker, when this crisis passes, and it will pass, Canada's workers and businesses will be ready to bounce back, building an even stronger and better Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Minister for his speech and for the openness with which his office has received our suggestions. I want to talk about a number of these suggestions that I think his office and he have received favorably. One, our early concern with the wage subsidy is that an employer would not find out until the end of a pay period whether he or she was eligible to receive the subsidy. In other words, they would have to make a decision to hire people without knowing whether their wages would be subsidized for 30 days. We suggested that they have the ability to get an answer at the beginning of the pay period as opposed to just at the end. Two, we raised the concern of owner-operator businesses who don't have $5,000 of wages and therefore earlier did not qualify for the CERB because they paid themselves previously with dividends. This group is not eligible for either a subsidized wage or a CERB under the original iteration. I want to know if the Minister can update us on any adjustments he's made to solve that problem. I believe there is some good news for that group. And then third, there is the concern about the organizations, businesses that are not arm's length from one another. In other words, there's a parent company and a division. The division might have experienced massive revenue drop, but the parent company has not. And therefore, the division was not, under the original proposal, eligible for any wage subsidy. I believe that the Ministry has taken that concern seriously as well. I wonder if he can update us on those three concerns and how he has addressed them. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have been pleased to work with all parties in this House and to work with businesses across the country as we think about putting in place measures that are dealing with a very, very dynamic challenge. So what we've come up with, yes, are some ways that we can ensure that businesses can know that they will be able to continue to have access to the wage subsidy based on having access to it in the month previous. We see that as critically important. We are continuing to look at how we can make sure that the emergency response benefit supports people that have had $5,000 in income over the past year. And of course, one of the things that people have brought up is how we can deal with dividends in that regard, and that's something that we are indeed considering. So there will be necessarily some things that we'll need to consider as we bring out these measures. These measures, of course, are intended to support the broadest possible cross-section of Canadians as rapidly as possible. We are really pleased that we're being able to help so many Canadians. We've seen it this week with the number of people that have applied to and gotten accepted into the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. And similarly, we want to see that happen with the wage subsidy. We're seeing businesses already coming out saying that they are going to re-employ their employees that they've laid off because of this. And we think that the measures that we've taken, again, in collaboration with Canadians and with members in this House, are going to have an important impact on allowing us to deal with this crisis.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the current crisis is very important. It has an important impact on the economy. The government has responded with rather strong measures. Thank you. That's good. We asked this. All parties asked for this. And we want to give a little bit of oxygen to our companies to ensure that workers are not left aside. We tabled aid that's rather broad, general, from wall to wall, as we say. But some sectors were affected more than others. For example, travel agents. We know at the end of the crisis, people won't be able to start traveling again right away. We all know that. So these travel agents are very concerned. And I was wondering, and that's why I'd like to ask the question to the Minister of Finance. In the short term, will there be something for these travel agents or for other sectors that were more affected financially, which will jeopardize them after the crisis? What can we hope to do for these companies in terms of sectoral assistance? The Honourable Minister of Finance, 45 seconds. What I'd like to tell him, well, it's a good question. There are some sectors that are experiencing difficulties right now, and that is why we've done things quickly for them with the emergency benefit for their employees and the CEBA for them. We're looking at other measures, and if there's anything else we can do to improve their situation, we're examining that as well. We're examining other approaches. And when we will have other measures to announce, we'll do so as soon as possible. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Minister of Small Businesses.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, Canada's small businesses are the places that make our communities feel like home. Restaurants and cafes have had to close their doors. Tech companies are impacted. Bookshops and clothing stores have had to lay off their staff. Small businesses truly are the heart of our communities, employing 8.3 million hardworking Canadians and accounting for nearly 7 out of 10 private sector jobs in the country. I start with the statistic because Canadians have been hearing a lot about small businesses recently, and although I think a lot of people can think of the small business owner, or they themselves are the small business owner, we don't often think that businesses and small businesses are the driver of our national economy. But they are. And I know Canadians across the country want to see their favorite business reopen and thrive after all of this is over. And our economy needs small businesses to remain resilient and to rebuild in the weeks and the months to come. And so I want Canadians to know that in the face of COVID-19, we are listening to our business owners and our employers and responding to them. Right now, our goal is to save jobs and save businesses. And we know that the single most important asset that businesses have in that recovery are their employees. Growing up, helping my own parents run their small business, I know it can often be a family affair. And with 75% of Canadian small businesses having fewer than 10 employees, I have heard from many employers that their teams are so closely knit that they feel like family. And if the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us anything, it is that we are all in this together. Whether a small business that has had to temporarily close or lay off employees to reduce hours, or it's struggling to pay their rent, we know that they are facing some seemingly impossible decisions recently. And we want you to know that your government is with you every step of the way. For those business owners who have had to agonize over how to make their payroll, we have introduced the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to support the payment of up to 75% of wages for the first $58,700 of an employee's earning. This means up to $847 a week for workers who stay on the payroll. This not only gives workers certainty, it will help keep our businesses in fighting form, ready to bounce back when we are through this. Let me reiterate, the whole point of this is to keep businesses intact, because we know that when it's safe to do so, businesses who remain connected to their employees will be in a better position to lead our economic recovery. So I am pleased that organizations like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters all agree that the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy will help employers keep paying hundreds of thousands of their most valued employees during this difficult situation. Mr. Speaker, the government's support for small businesses certainly does not end there. We have doubled the maximum length of the work-sharing program, for example. This will provide income support to employees eligible for EI who agree to reduce their normal working hours because of developments beyond the control of their employers. We're doing all of this because we know that people are really the heart and soul of our businesses. We want employers to feel and to be able to keep their families together. I know from my own experience how personal a small business really is. And at the same time, we know that there are plenty of expenses beyond payroll that still need to be covered. That's why we established the Business Credit Availability Program, which is helping to finance small businesses who are struggling because of COVID-19. As part of this program, we have introduced the Canada Emergency Business Account, which will provide up to $40,000 in loans, interest-free, to help with those short-term costs. To further help businesses with cash flow, we have worked with the financial sector to open up billions of dollars more in lending capacity through financial institutions like the banks and credit unions, and through the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada and Farm Credit Canada. The program will help companies in all regions and in all sectors, all of our small businesses, whether it's oil and gas, air transportation, exports, and in tourism. We're going to help all of these businesses. And speaking of tourism, Parks Canada is working with tourism entrepreneurs in national parks, historic sites, and marine conservation areas to help minimize the impacts of COVID-19 on those industries. The decision has already been made to defer payments on commercial leases and licenses of occupation without interest until September of 2020. And to help people who feed us, Farm Credit Canada has received an additional $5 billion of support so that they can help our farmers and our agri-food businesses. So this is assistance in both the liquidity and to help keep people on payroll. We've also been introducing ways to defer other kinds of expenses that come up for businesses, so to help keep their costs low. We're allowing businesses to defer income tax payments incurred between March and September of 2020 until August the 31st. And we will defer GST and HST remittances and customs duty payments until June 30th of 2020. To help small business owners and entrepreneurs who have lost their income, we are helping with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, giving them $2,000 a month. This will help those sole proprietors struggling with cash flow right now to bridge to better times. Mr. Speaker, through these measures, we are offering new flexibility to different types of businesses dealing with the impact of COVID-19. Let me share a couple of examples. We're working with owners of a wholesale fiber mill at the moment, one that has been operating for 15 years, providing good jobs for its 6 full-time employees. That is until 2 weeks ago, when the mill had to temporarily close its door due to the lack of demand. It plans to gradually restart its operations within a week and will conduct the required maintenance during this partial shutdown. And we're working with those mill owners so that they can bridge through with the Canada Emergency Business Account to cover the overhead and carry out the required maintenance. We're going to work with the owners to bring back those 6 employees through the emergency wage subsidy. And given that both of the owners who were on payroll are not taking a wage since the closing, we're helping them so that they can access through the CERB support to help them bridge through this difficult period. Mr. Speaker, another example I can give you is a younger company, just a 2-year-old bakery with 5 employees plus the owner. This small business was on an upward trajectory before COVID-19, but now their retail sales have all plummeted 50%. With the demand for bread remaining strong, however, the bakery has decided to work through its challenges with the help. Through the emergency wage subsidy, they're going to keep their bakers employed just to make the bread, but it has applied for a loan through the business emergency account to bridge the payroll expenses, but also to set up an online ordering system. Like the mill owners, the bakery owner is going to choose to leave cash in their business and draw on the CERB to support them through this time. Mr. Chair, there are thousands upon thousands of small business owners just like this bakery and just like this fiber mill who needs help. And through all of these actions, we're trying to give businesses the breathing room so that they can keep their employees on payroll, pay their bills, cover their rent, and know that they will still be on their feet once this crisis has passed. These decisions and changes will come as a result of direct consultations with businesses from coast to coast to coast. From conference calls to Skype sessions, over the last couple of weeks, our government has been listening and speaking with businesses all across the country and in every sector and in every region. Through these conversations, it's been heartening to hear from small business owners and entrepreneurs and from so many hardworking Canadians about the real differences that the emergency wage subsidy and all of these other measures will make to their businesses and to their families. Like that restaurant in Halifax who wrote in to say that they're going to be able to put their staff back on payroll and they will be ready to open when it is safe to do so. Or that dentist here in Ottawa who turned his passion into a successful practice and now is not seeing patients and sending his staff home. He will be able to keep paying the bills and to keep paying his employees. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to listen to the very needs of small business owners and entrepreneurs. We will continue to explore ways to bring more relief, not only for our businesses, but for the hardworking, critical workers across this country, because we are going to get through this together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, I want to drill down on a question asked by the Honourable Member for Carleton. There's a mill in my riding, a lumber mill in my riding, that is a division of a larger parent company. And the larger parent company also deals in pulp, which has been actually very successful and going strong through this time. But the particular division located in my riding, which provides lumber for decking and construction, has seen a 60 to 80% drop in revenue. Yet because they're a division of a parent company that can't demonstrate 30% drop in revenue, they have had to lay off 60 people, and they don't qualify for the wage subsidy. So what actions are this government going to take to ensure that divisions of larger companies that may not qualify can qualify for these wage subsidies?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for that question. The whole point of the wage subsidy program is to save our businesses and to keep our employees employed. We know that businesses are stronger when their employees are together with them, when that team is together. This wage subsidy is going to help these businesses prime for recovery, and we're going to continue to work with all businesses in Canada so that they can support their employees through this very difficult period and that they can be primed for recovery at that time.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In times of crisis, not-for-profit organizations, charitable organizations are more vital. And I know that in my community in London, I've been participating in some of the local city-run phone calls that have been taking place to try and bring forward a lot of their issues and their struggles. And so I'm hearing from them directly. We certainly welcome the announcement or the adjustment to the eligibility criteria that the Minister of Finance announced later this week. But we hope that the government will continue to work with these organizations to ensure that they can continue to pay their employees and provide the services that are so desperately needed by a growing public. Does the Minister agree, and does she support the idea that the wage subsidy should apply to charities like food banks that are seeing demand skyrocket while resources are decreasing?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you for that really good question. Those very charities and not-for-profit organizations just do such important work for our communities all across the country, and I'm very pleased that the wage subsidy will indeed apply to both charities and not-for-profit organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring to the attention of the government a group of Canadians who are falling through the cracks. Now, recently, Bell, Rogers and TELUS announced the lifting of internet data caps. This is a welcome announcement and will greatly help Canadians living in cities. But millions of Canadians who live in rural areas are not eligible for the lifting of these data caps. Many of these customers rely on products like Rogers Rocket Hub or Bell's Turbo Hub, and their data caps have not been lifted. And so for a typical family of mom and dad and 2 kids at home who have to work from home and whose kids are online learning through video, they could easily go through 250 gigabytes of data a month, incurring a $1,000 internet bill. I'm wondering if the government could comment on this situation and what steps they are taking to address it.
The Honourable Minister. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm afraid the Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Thank you. I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question. And during this very important time where all of us are doing extraordinary things to plank the curve and ensuring that those very businesses and those very Canadians are supported through this period, we are working to make sure that these measures and many of our measures are helping those very Canadians in all of our communities.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once upon a time, an angry dog chased a cat, and the cat ran up to the top of the tree. And so the cat lived happily ever thereafter. Right? Well, wrong, because of course the cat had to come down the tree at some point, and the dog was still waiting there. We're kind of in the same situation as Dr. Fisman, an epidemiologist from whom I borrowed that analogy, explained. We're all safely in our homes, away from the COVID dog. But at some point, we will have to come out into the world if we're going to earn a living and pay our bills. That is ultimately the problem with which we will be faced in the medium term. Today we are debating measures, for example, that are at once too exorbitant and too inadequate. And how is that possible? Well, they are too exorbitant because they will drive our deficit to at least $186 billion this year, almost 4 times the previous record. That's only to pay for measures that take us to the end of the summer, barely a fiscal quarter into the year. Doesn't include provincial deficits or the reduction in the book value of the Canada Pension Plan investments, which surely will have dropped given that markets are down by 1/3 since the crisis began. And that's why I'll be sharing my time with the member for Kelowna, who will comment on some solutions to that problem. And And he will also bring concerns from Central Okanagan. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the members of all the House for their help, the reality is that we cannot, as a nation, in fact, no nation can go on borrowing this much this fast. We know this for a fact because already we cannot borrow enough on international markets. The Bank of Canada has announced that it's going to print $5 billion a week, an annual $250 billion a year for almost the exclusive purposes of lending to governments. In other words, we are beginning to pay our bills with money that the Bank of Canada is literally fashioning out of thin air. That can only go on for so long as necessary, as these very legitimate measures, in fact, are. At the same time, as big as they are still not solving all of the problems. For example, there are businesses who will benefit from none of these proposals. For example, if you've got a payroll over $1 million, you can't get this $40,000 emergency loan. If your business is shut down by the government, it doesn't matter that you have a wage subsidy, there's no work and therefore no wages to pay. In other words, you're still paying your mortgage, your property taxes, your utilities, etc. But none of the $76 billion in measures for businesses will affect you whatsoever. I know one such businessman came here penniless as an immigrant from Italy 50 years ago and built a great business. At the beginning of March, he dropped off $800,000 worth of food that he distributes to restaurants. At the end of March, guess what happened? Those restaurants said, we can't pay you for any of your food because we're closed. In fact, much of it went bad. Well, he's not eligible for any of the benefits so far. This is his life savings gone. No matter how much government spends, it cannot replace that. I'm not saying that to disparage the measures before the House. There is nothing that can replace the extraordinary power of our 20 million Canadian workers. There is no government program that can rain down enough money to compensate for their demobilization. There is nothing that can replace the entrepreneur that goes with heart and soul into their business every single day to employ their workers and serve their customers. No government program will ever replace any of that. So we are still the cat at the top of the tree. And it's true, we have to hide there because there is this dog at the bottom of the tree waiting for us when we get down. But we do need a plan to get down. Now, health experts tell us that the only way to get rid of the COVID dog is to have a vaccination or a cure, but that might not happen for as long as a year and a half. I've already explained that we're going to go $186 billion into deficit simply to respond in 1/4 of 1 year. You can do the math. This cannot go on, at least in its current state, for that length of time. So we need an interim plan to get out of the tree safely and back to life so we can resupply our economy and can produce the wealth that we continue to consume. So what is that interim plan? Well, we can only study those places that have found ways to make it work. So far, the exemplary cases are South Korea and Taiwan. And what have they done? Well, in South Korea, they've begun very well-targeted testing to find out who is susceptible to who's actually contracted the disease and therefore spreading it. And once those people are identified, they are quickly isolated and treated. Here in Canada, we've tested about 1% of the Canadian population in 6 weeks. That is far too slow. The good news is that an Ottawa company, Spartan Biotech, is now signing agreements with governments at all levels, including the federal government, to the government's credit, in order to provide a coffee cup-size box which can conduct a test every half hour. Dr. Paul Lam, the genius CEO of this company, has now signed an agreement to sell over 800,000 of these devices to the government of Ontario. Each device can do 15 tests a day. That means that almost every single Ontarian could be tested once a day with this technology. Some employers in Taiwan, for example, are testing people as they come in every couple of days so they can quickly take people out of the workforce if they are identified as having COVID-19. This kind of technology could provide us with the same nimble ability to identify the sick and take them out of circulation so they do not transmit. We can also prioritize the workers in hospitals and seniors' homes so that anybody who, or not just the workers, but anybody who goes into these facilities is instantly tested and given a result within 30 minutes. Now, I know how important this is. I was tested for COVID-19. It took 12 days for the results to get back, Mr. Speaker. And when they did, I had a false positive. I had to call and speak to 5 different people at the hospital to find out whether or not I had contracted it. That is clearly too slow and too clumsy. There's no way that we can broadly test our population unless the system speeds up. And Spartan Biotech has the technology that they are deploying at rapid speed with companies right across this country helping with the manufacturing of it. That will be absolutely necessary. We will need to slowly ramp up industries where human interaction is more rare, where surfaces that are less likely to be infected, and where anybody who comes in regular contact with others around them is regularly tested so that they do not become a host transmitter from one person to another. These plans need to be in development stage right now. We also need to signal to Health Canada the need to approve treatments, testing, and potentially vaccines and cures much more quickly than normal. There are far too many stories of treatments for children's cancer, for example, that are available south of the border but not here in Canada because Health Canada has been too slow. That kind of bureaucratic delay is, at most times, tragic and now intolerable. We must clear the way for new innovations and new solutions to hit the marketplace and deliver benefits to people so that we can tackle this urgent and unprecedented problem. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we will need a new and more competitive approach to finding a vaccine. Senior U.S. authorities testified before Congress that finding such a vaccine might take 18 months to deploy. There's no way we can wait that long. Our economies will collapse and too many people will die in the meantime. We need to break free from our traditional models of R&D and unleash the power of competition in order to put all of the best minds in pharmaceutical industry and science to work on solving this urgent problem. Then and only then can we stop this disease and free ourselves from the captivity that has ground our economies to a halt and led to so much human tragedy. That is the approach that will allow us to overcome the situation in which we now find ourselves, and I, along with all members of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, under the leadership of our capable leader, offer ourselves to the government and to the nation in helping to bring about that solution. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the member for Carleton. Earlier, his leader said that the Parliament may sit several days a week, but one of the directives was not to move from one region to another to avoid the spread of the virus. For example, there are police blockades on the roads and also on the bridge between Ottawa and Gatineau. What would the solution be, according to the member for Carleton? If we sit in person here in the Parliament, people would have to come to Ottawa, so could he shed light on that? The member for Carleton. I see that there are members amongst us that are not from Ottawa, so obviously his concern about only seeing members from Ottawa here in the House is not legitimate. We can see with our eyes here, Mr. Speaker, that there are some here. Also, I think politicians can't say we can't work and we can't work in the House and we should expect other people, members of the working class, should work in our stores, they should work and sell groceries, our truckers, others, they're working and their life is as precious as ours. So I think we have to recognize that we're asking other people to work, so the sacrifices that we're making here are very small. We are lucky. We should be grateful to these individuals who we've asked to work elsewhere in the country.
Yes, Joey, come on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoyne. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to pay tribute to all the people in my riding who are working on the front lines, police officers, all the people there, as well as employees of members' offices. We're all working together. We've been doing so for 4 weeks to help the people of Longueuil.
Opposite for his speech, and I'm very happy to hear that he did, in fact, test negative. I'm happy to hear that, and I hope he and his family are staying safe. With that, we were here 4 weeks ago. In 4 short weeks, we've went from sitting right in this chamber to dealing with a pandemic that has killed many across Canada, many in my home province of Quebec. And I asked the member what his view is in terms of us working collaboratively with our provincial and territorial counterparts as well as municipal counterparts, because it is going to take all of us to beat this pandemic. And I'd like to ask him his opinion in that regard. Thank you. Merci.
Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the member for that question and for her good wishes. I'd like also to add my thanks to my constituents who have risen up heroically to help one another, in particular my caseworker, J.P. Mitten, my other staff members, Jeremy Lidke, Lucille Pakalnis, we have Craig Hilamoniak, and Manjit Antwal, who are all working to serve our constituents in Carleton, in the beautiful Carleton riding, on an urgent basis, with much goodwill, I should say, from the senior public servants, the public servants at large, actually, and the many staff members in the minister's office. So thank you for that. Much goodwill back and forth. I think the member is absolutely right. Now is a time when we as opposition will continue to fulfill our role to hold the government to account, not because we bid them any ill will, but because we want to drive them to the maximum possible excellence. And that is the role of Her Majesty's opposition, to point out every flaw so that the government will strive every day to be flawless. Because now is a time when we must be flawless, and we must accept even more from our leaders. We know that any leader capable of confronting a crisis like this will not be so fragile as to be incapable of receiving criticism. And therefore, that criticism is done in the spirit of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Our opposition, by its nature, is loyal. That's how our system is designed, and we will fulfill our role in that regard in every day and every way. Thank you.
Before continuing with debate, we'll take about a 30-second pause while our console gets changed over. They're getting very good at it. Didn't take much more than about 10 seconds. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
Merci, Monsieur le. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my remarks, I'd like to take a moment to thank all my colleagues for being here and taking part in this important debate. I know that on the Easter weekend there are many other places we'd rather be. But what we're doing here is of great importance, and I'd like to thank you all for being here.
I gave the response to the original COVID-19 fiscal response by the government on behalf of my caucus. I indicated that the largest gap in the government's response was supports for small and medium-sized business. I also commented that whatever the government did, it must be fast, responsive to the need, and must act as a temporary bridge until we can get back to normal. Now, as we don't know what time normal will occur, I will focus today on the necessity for the government to be both fast and responsive. Now, it may seem like a formality to pass this bill to enable the wage subsidy program, but we must never forget this place solely exists to serve those who elect us. Ottawa, our country's capital, exists to serve as the home to provide critically needed federal services to Canadians. to Canadians. But the one thing we must bear in mind is that every single one of these services delivered by faithful servants of our public service is 100% paid for by the private sector. Without a thriving private sector, there can be no viable and effective public one. Many British Columbia municipalities right now, who by law must balance their budget, are having to lay off significant numbers of city staff and are curtailing services because the revenues are drying up. C'est pourquoi.
That is why what we're doing here today is so crucial, because our private sector, our entrepreneurs, our owners of small and medium-sized businesses, they all depend on us for this act, for this legislation. Canadians who depend on those employers for their paychecks, they are depending on us for this legislation. We cannot forget how crucially important that is.
Solution? Well, yes, it is. But we cannot overlook that when this government first announced a wage subsidy, it was at 10%. 10% was entirely insufficient to address a crisis of this magnitude. And so we are here today to fix that mistake. Now, I know some will say that was the past. We are focused on the future. But keep in mind, many employers were waiting for that program. When they heard 10%, they knew that would not work, and they made decisions accordingly. People were laid off. Some business owners made the decision right then and there to pull the pin. Fortunately, this Liberal government, and I will credit them for this part, they went from saying, we think 10% is enough, to changing their messaging to an admission, we know we need to do more. Ski News.
Which brings us to today, when the government announced it would make changes, other changes, for business owners who could afford to wait. Well, they waited. And then they heard a revised announcement, this time with a wage subsidy of 75%.
Except there were problems. One was having to demonstrate a loss from this time 1 year ago. Now, some of you will say, did I read the bill? That's what we're here to change. I raise this point because when people heard they would not meet the former threshold, they once again made decisions. More staff were let go. Leases abandoned. Doors were closed. Probably many permanently. This is what this government has to understand. Every time they get this wrong, decisions are made by the Canadian public. By the time this government goes from saying, we think this is enough, to yes, we know we must do more, that delay in small businesses shutting down and people being laid off.
That's the reality. And that brings me to the greatest shortcoming of this bill. There is nothing that requires this assistance, which is so crucially needed, to be paid out more quickly. That's the government's greatest failure here. Time is of the essence, and this bill says nothing about the timing.
As one small business owner recently shared with me, you don't throw out the life jackets 6 weeks after the ship has sunk. And yet that is precisely what we are told this bill will do. For 5 hours on Thursday morning, the Prime Minister blamed the official opposition for the delay. The Prime Minister was worried about that 5-hour delay when he felt he could blame it on the official opposition. But what about the 6 weeks or more delay in getting benefits? Who carries responsibility for that? Now, ask yourself over those 6 weeks a few questions. How many more businesses will fold? How many more Canadians will be laid off? How many landlords will have a tenant default? And let's not forget landlords are also part of this as well. Now, I really don't want to be partisan here, but as the official opposition, we have suggested ideas that will put assistance payments to business out faster. But as always the case with the Financier and the Prime Minister, they say that they think that they have done enough until they admit they know they must do more. And that's really where we're at today. And in this case, we cannot afford any more Canadian businesses to fail because we all know that the CERB is a temporary program financed by borrowed money. Yes, the wage subsidy program is designed to combat that, but because it will take 6 weeks or more to deliver, we may as well as have Jeff Probst as finance minister because businesses are caught in a real-world version of Survivor. And those who least need the assistance because they have the resources to wait those 6 weeks or more will survive to get the assistance. Now, some of you will say, but there is a guaranteed business loan program to bridge the gap. Now, for the small business community across the street, for the small business across the street from my Summerland constituency office who deals with the Summerland Credit Union, well, guess what? The Summerland Credit Union, like many small credit unions, is not on the finance minister's list of approved lenders for this program. Some might say, well, just switch to the big bank. Well, aside from the blatant unfairness to small credit unions, there are actually those who have tried, and they were told only business accounts that existed prior to March 1st are eligible for this program. This also totally excludes many sole proprietors who often do not use business banking accounts because they use a personal one. And those accounts, much like many small credit unions, are not eligible.
Coming back to the small business in Summerland, many small businesses in Summerland, in fact, they employ people. They pay their taxes here in Ottawa, and now Ottawa is developing a program that will put them out of business because it will not help them by design. I say by design because they know that the Summerland Credit Union, like many other small credit unions, are not on the list of approved lenders. Small credit unions like the one in Summerland and others all across the country, aren't they important? I would say so.
Me back to the 6-week waiting period for this business subsidy program. We know that those 6 weeks will leave many businesses behind who can't afford to wait, and they will close. I do not believe that there is a member of Parliament in this room who doubts that. In fact, I know you're all working incredibly hard right now. And I'm certain you've probably heard from business owners who have shared with you that they need your assistance, this government's assistance, right now.
So even though this bill is a necessary step forward, we also should remember that this bill was necessary 2 weeks ago, and its benefits only began to flow last week. We cannot allow our private sector to fail.
Our future, Mr. Speaker, depends upon it. Now, before I close, I'd like to add one final comment. Now, there will come a day when we will look back at the days that are now before us. They will ask, did we do everything we could as quickly as we could possibly done? I will leave that question to this place to ponder. While I support this legislation, I must again add that if we cannot find a way to provide support in a timelier way, as the official opposition has suggested various ways of doing, we will be failing many Canadian small business owners who are now most in need. We must not forget them. We must not fail them.
In closing, I'd like to thank all members for listening to my remarks today and give a special shout out to all the staff who made today possible. Canadian democracy is stronger today thanks to your efforts, and I thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his speech. I'd just like to take this opportunity at the outset to thank everyone on the front lines in my riding who are working hard to serve the public. My colleague opposite knows full well that there's no instruction manual that comes with the COVID-19 pandemic. This government took steps as quickly as possible. My colleague also knows that we have been fully cooperating with all members in this place through electronic means of communication, through the internet and also email. But my colleague opposite also knows that the steps we're taking today are major. We want to take steps today as quickly as possible, whether it's 2 weeks ago, last week, or next month. It's important to do whatever we can to support our companies. Can my colleague opposite acknowledge that we have worked together to get to where we are today? The honourable member for Similkameen Nicola.
Appreciate many of the things the member has said. Particularly, I want to start with thanking all those essential services in my riding that are facing the front lines of this fight against COVID-19. We appreciate you. All leaders of that said that. I want to add to my voice along with the member on FAS. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned that there's no instruction booklet for this. Well, in fact, in 2006, we did have a report that outlined many of the issues that Canada would face as a country. Now, we can argue about should we have prepared more? Well, I think we're going to have a lot of those debates moving forward. I bet the Canadian public will want us to examine these questions more closely. But I will say this. There is no instruction manual for the businesses that are having to make these tough decisions, and they are doing them regardless. So I want to impress upon the government, many of those ministers who are key decision makers here today must take action, and we must realize that the support that Canadians needed 3 weeks ago will not suffice if we deliver to them 6 months after. As I said, why throw out the life preservers, Mr. Speaker, when the ship has already sunk 6 weeks late? That is what I'm concerned about here, and I ask the government to move as quickly as possible.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, people certainly, they care about their municipal services, and I know I am so grateful to the people that are working at the municipality, the City of London. They are doing an incredible job to make sure that those necessary services continue to function, and I really want to thank them. But unfortunately, this government is still not allowing municipalities to benefit from the wage subsidy. So I'd like to hear, does the member support extending the wage subsidy to municipalities?
Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just point out that the original legislation put out in C-13 did not allow for that. And simply, municipalities have it in their laws that they may not run a deficit. So it's unfortunate to see where many cases they're making tough decisions. Those same tough decisions are being made by many small and medium-sized business right now, not by a law made by their provincial government, but by a law of economics. Mr. Speaker, there is zero cash flow coming in. We have landlords knocking on the door constantly saying, when are you going to pay your rent? You have employees that are asking questions about whether or not they'll have a job. And many of these small and medium-sized enterprises and ones who have also said they will not be able to benefit from the Canadian Emergency Bank account, Mr. Speaker, because they are either below that threshold, and it makes it extremely difficult for me as a member of Parliament to say, I'm sorry, you have not been captured in this legislation. So there are many by design that won't be captured in this legislation, and there will be many that will not be captured by accident. And that's why it's so important to have every member of Parliament conveying their concerns, whether it be in this place or online or through written letters, Mr. Speaker. I do hope that the Prime Minister and his Cabinet are listening.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a bit of a concern that this serious topic, the serious topic that was raised this morning, didn't really sink in as much as it should have. I'm a bit concerned that it looks like the Bloc is cooperating. Maybe the members opposite don't think they have to pay too much heed to our concerns. Oh, first I should say I'm sharing my time with my colleague for La Prairie, otherwise I'll wind up with more time. When I was younger, I worked on a farm, and that's how I paid my way through school. It was another time, of course, things have changed, but one thing hasn't changed. If I self-impose quarantine, we have a colleague who did that. I'd have a room in my house, a bathroom, a fridge, and a kitchen, and so on. I'll find it long, but I'll have everything I need. But if there are 2, 3, 5, or 12 foreign workers on a farm somewhere in Quebec, they're not going to have 12 separate bathrooms, 12 separate kitchens, and 12 separate bedrooms. And it's not good enough to just say, amigos, stay 6 feet away from me. There's going to be problems. It has to be taken more seriously. We've said this for a long time, that community spreading was occurring. And foreign travel was one of the highest risk factors for Canadians. So I repeat, we want those foreign workers to come here. They're very important. They're vital even to our economies in Quebec and in Canada, in our regions. We want those people here, but we recognize that there could be 2,500 people arriving from Mexico and Guatemala very soon. They'll be coming to Quebec. I couldn't be any clearer. I couldn't make myself any clearer. Those people that arrived this morning were not tested at customs. They were not put immediately into quarantine. So they're not getting tested on arrival. They're not being placed in quarantine for 14 days. And the organization that is looking after them is neither public health nor government. They're being sent to places that are not set up adequately to quarantine them. This is no small matter. It's all well and good to say things are going to work out, everything will be fine. That's great when you're drawing a rainbow in a window, but it's not true in this situation. It's not good enough to just say everything will be okay. So I'm going to emphasize this point. I'm going to, at risk of belaboring it, imagine the scenario. If 30 to 70% of the public at some point are going to contract COVID-19, whether you're a foreign worker or a Canadian or a Quebecer, you have no immunity based on your status. So our duty is to minimize the risk of cases of infections. And if public health can't make sure there are none, they can at least try to reduce the number of cases. And the best method is quarantine. So we can't have absolute certainty, but at least an acceptable probability. So at minimum, I'm deeply convinced that rhetoric and reassuring words are not a protection against COVID-19. They do not provide immunity. It requires concrete action. Imagine if there was a breakout on a farm. One foreign worker turns out to be positive, and then those in close contact, 2 or 3 of them, catch it. Then, of course, the government's going to intervene, and those foreign workers are going to bear the brunt of prejudice. Public opinion is going to turn against them. They might even lose wages, but they'll also become pariahs. Isn't it our job to ask, what are the resources we need, given all the resources we have? What resources can be marshaled to ensure that a crack in the dike doesn't cause a flood that overwhelms our public health capacity, our healthcare capacity? So, as I said, nice talk is not good enough. We're willing to meet in the very near future to talk about solutions, about steps to address this situation. As I said this morning, too, on another point, I said with all sincerity this morning that the government should support jobs in the oil patch and restore the status quo ante before the crisis began. There's a price war between Saudi Arabia and Russia. We have no control over that. But we think that we should try to put the oil patch back where it was before this crisis. But any further efforts after that should be directed towards making the shift to renewable energies. A lot of money should have already been spent on that shift, but that money is flowing now, and some of it should be invested in renewables. I understand that some of that money has to go to alleviate hardship in Alberta, in Newfoundland and Labrador, and everywhere where the oil industry is a major employer. I understand that that has to be done, but we should also, as soon as possible, be focusing on a shift towards renewable. And we should address, of course, the regions most in need, and those, of course, coincidentally, are the oil-producing regions. Now, there are also businesses all across Canada, environmental companies. That's the responsible thing to do, and it's a growing market, renewable energies. So, Mr. Speaker, I could give lots of examples. These are topics that we should continue to debate, continue to study, and eventually pass legislation around. There's another area where action is required. I haven't maybe spoken about it enough. An invitation was given. We also proposed that something be done to help seniors. Seniors are the most vulnerable victims in this crisis. They're the ones who suffer from the most isolation, and the economic consequences could be the worst for them. We talked about boosting old age security and the GIS, high-speed internet access to break out of isolation, all kinds of things that could be done to help seniors, their retirement pension plans, the problem of corporate mergers and acquisitions and the threat that that can pose for retirement plans. So there's a whole host of steps that I would propose we take as quickly as possible in cooperation with FADOC and other organizations who represent retired people. We're making this proposal in good faith. We hope it will be a productive proposal and will not try our patience to the limit, because these are things that need to be done quickly. Something about the foreign workers and something about helping seniors has to be done quickly. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to begin my question with a little bit of a rant about the Bloc. The Bloc has blocked all my colleagues on Twitter, so I'll ask my question here. I've been blocked on Twitter, so I'll have to ask my question here. 2 days ago, just 2 days ago, he cut the government a blank check. And now he's complaining that there are things that aren't in this legislation. So why was he so hasty to tweet that go to the Liberals, go right ahead, no problem, I'll cut you a blank check? How is it that today, still today, people arriving in Canada are not being tested? The honourable member, when I was a kid at school, we had to do this kind of thing. I have been trying not to block his colleague, Mr. Paulus, because he said he agreed with what I had to say about foreign workers. So if we all pulled together, maybe it would produce results. So I haven't blocked every single Conservative, but give me some time and maybe I will. But I have to say, we're here to do something other than anticipate the results of the next election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind members that when you're talking about another member, you have to mention them by the name of their riding, not by their own name. And I believe the member was referring to the member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Other questions and comments? The member for Drummond.
En remerciant
for Laval.
les travailleurs dans le domaine de la santé à l'hôpital CHU Sainte-Justine, à l'hôpital général juif.
At the Jewish hospital in my riding and at all the other hospitals, I'd like to thank all the healthcare workers for their outstanding work. I'd like to thank all the individuals in my riding that are volunteering with charities. I'm thinking of Astrid and Vanessa Reed in Outremont, who have been organizing teams of volunteers in my riding. I'd also like to thank my colleague from Belleuil-Chambly and all my colleagues in the block for their work and for their very productive suggestions in recent weeks. And I'd like to ask a very simple question of the member for Belleuil-Chambly. Do you feel that the billions of dollars that we are currently investing to come to the assistance of Canadians and Quebecers with the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit and the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, is that money well spent? Before hearing the answer, I'd like to remind the member that questions and comments should go through the speaker and not directly across to the member. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. I had no idea what my esteemed colleague's riding name was. But you could always do a bit more or a bit less, a bit better, a bit less. Well, that's always possible. But this situation presents a certain number of possibilities. One is that those who think that government is unnecessary and that they're a problem for the economy, well, they've got a lesson to learn here. Government has a crucial role to play here in propping up the economy. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. The other thing is about the wage subsidy. This is something that was being discussed internationally, something that was discussed with the finance minister. It could always be done better, but I think with apart from a few details, on the whole, it's excellent. On the emergency response benefit, I saw that there were various proposals. The NDP thought it should have been universal. Perhaps one day, maybe that would be a good policy. But I think in a crisis, you take the urgent steps first, and maybe you lower expectations a bit to try to achieve consensus that will be applicable in the short term. So, on the very face of it, for now, it's an excellent solution. We're resuming debate. The honourable member for La Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an unprecedented crisis. We are literally rewriting history. In 10, 15, 20, 30 years, people will look back and we'll talk about this, and we'll have to try to explain what happened. And people will not be able to believe in the streets of Montreal, it was like a ghost town, that there was no one there, that no one went to restaurants or cinemas or churches, that people stayed inside, that everyone was isolated, everyone made their daily sacrifice. In Quebec, there are 12,200 cases of COVID infection. So it's an invisible, silent killer. To date in Quebec, 289 people have died. This is not a number, Mr. Speaker. Those are 289 people who have left behind grieving families, and that is what is important. So we are in a dire time. When I was elected in October, if you had told me that in 6 months the House of Commons would be voting on a bill that would bring about $73 billion in expenses and that the House of Commons was going to be unanimous in supporting it, I would never have believed it, never. Imagine that, even the Conservatives. Isn't that unbelievable? Never would anyone have believed that. And that shows how very unique the situation is. These are dire times. It is not time for partisanship. It would be easy to drift into that. The government makes a decision. It sort of backs up. It dithers. It tries to find a solution. You know, we could criticize. We could play petty politics. But it is not time for this. it's time for cooperation. As my leader said, vigilant cooperation. And we have cooperated from the very start. Were we bobbleheads? No. We brought forward ideas. We defended them. We found someone who, in this urgent time, listened. And, you know, if someone had told me on October 20th, well, the Liberals listened to us, well, I would have believed that even less. But they've even said to us from time to time, well, that's a good idea. So it is time for teamwork. We all have constituents, people in our ridings, and we have to serve them. We have to think of their well-being. There are people who call me, and my extraordinary team responds to them. And I know we all have extraordinary teams here on the Hill and in our riding offices. And those people call us and they need help. And I'm happy to be able to say, yes, we have solutions. We work together. Is it the Bloc Québécois who was behind some of these ideas? Well, yes, because, yes, it was clear sometimes. But aside from that, we have to ensure the well-being of Canadians, of our constituents. So it's not time for the traditional neoliberal line of thought. We are not at that point. We have realized, as my leader said, that the state, the government, is not something that is superfluous or that undermines the economy. The government is doing its part to solve these very dire problems. The government, the state, can be useful. I heard my colleague, the leader of the opposition, talk about some $180 billion deficits. Sure. And now, so we have to try and find some good news in that. But at least that is not chronic spending. It won't be recurrent spending. At least there's that. It's not as bad as a deficit of $30 billion that would be recurrent. I think that's a good thing. And so we need to coordinate our actions. But we need to also say that the government has its importance, and in some cases, it can certainly solve some of these problems. It's not time for finger-pointing either, to lay the blame. We could have said, and we could still say that, well, the government at first, it mismanaged the borders. Sure, we could, drift into this blame game, but it's no longer time for that. It's time for solidarity. And when I talk about solidarity, I always think about our seniors, the difficult situation that they're living through. These are the people who are suffering the most from the current situation. And that is why I say, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about constant work in progress, it means that we can't stop with this bill. We need to bring forward more improvements. The Bloc Québécois has already made proposals that were very clear to help seniors. When we talk about collaboration, that's what we're talking about. We put forward the idea, and we hope that it will be followed up on to help our seniors, to support them, because this is, I'm going to quote the Prime Minister, because I found this not bad. He said, we depend on the people who have come before us. That's very well said, Prime Minister. Well done. We need to think of them and to take care of them. The other thing, seasonal workers. Well, they could be just one topic among so many more, but for me, it's not that kind of topic. And there are many of my colleagues here who are very close to this concern. It's very dear to their heart. Why? Because in my riding, there are foreign workers who come and work there. Can you imagine? In my riding, for example, you work hard, you're isolated, you're sacrificing things. We don't go out and meet, we don't partake in activities, we give up on our regular daily life. But those people in good faith come to Canada, they come to Quebec, and some of them may be infected because they haven't been tested. And they come and infect our fellow citizens, and deaths might arise from that. And we're talking about more grieving families. Think of that. That is very serious. We're talking about people who could die because of certain gaps in government action that could be very readily corrected. We're not talking about political gains. We're talking about solidarity. We're talking about collective well-being. We're talking about serving our fellow citizens. We have to make sure that in every single one of the actions we take, that we think of the potentially dire consequences that they could have on our families. And that is why the leader of the Bloc Québécois said that it is important that we sit down together and to find swift solutions to ensure that the people who come here come because we need them, but without threatening the health and safety of the people here at home. This is an appeal, once again, that we're making to the government. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the spirit of cooperation of the Bloc Québécois also relies on vigilance. You know, we're here saying that we are watching you because we have work to be done. It is you and the government who have to do it. You have an unbelievable task to accomplish, and we are there. We are here to help you because for the Bloc Québécois, it's all about we, what we can do together, the public services that can be provided. It's all about social conscience. And I would say that what is good for Quebec in these extraordinarily difficult times is also good for the Bloc Québécois. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the other Honourable Government House Leader. Thank Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend our colleague from the Bloc Québécois. He is a remarkable negotiator. He defends his viewpoint with a great deal of conviction, but he's also capable of listening, and that is very much to his credit. He can discuss and debate, and we can come up with consensuses together for the good of all Canadians and Quebecers. And to follow along these lines, if someone had told me 5 months ago that I was going to be talking with my colleague on Saturday night, Saturday morning, Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, I wouldn't have believed them. And in this same spirit of cooperation, I would like to know, we have all worked together in this House to explore possibilities of virtual parliament. What does he think about that? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you to my colleague, and I would like to compliment him. Sometimes we say that it's very hard to negotiate with someone who doesn't want to. It's just as hard as trying to eat an apple through a tennis racket. So, but I think we're going to end up agreeing on everything because consensus is possible. And yes, virtual parliament, our leader had already talked about that idea. And you reacted very, very quickly, and we agree with that because it's for the safety of the people around us. And the Bloc Québécois will follow you along those lines. Thank you. I'm very happy to have an ally, but I would like to remind the member to speak through the chair and not directly to his colleagues. Because, yes, I know people are getting very passionate about this. Questions and comments?
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to be here today representing my constituents of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, as we all work together here to help Canadians who need support right now. I'd like to ask the honourable colleague, I have many farmers in my riding who grow fresh produce, as I know they do grow a lot in Quebec as well. The government has said that $5 billion has been put aside through FCC, but we all know that the $5 billion was a campaign promise made as part of their election platform. So I'd like to ask the member if he would agree that the money should be restructured to support directly this COVID-19 crisis. And I'd also like to ask the member if he agrees that our food safety and security is critical and that agriculture and food should be deemed an essential service, including making sure that CFIA inspectors who are federally regulated should continue working so that our food supply is protected.
Le député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, in my part of the country, it's called the Garden of Quebec because it's probably the richest land in the country. It is this rich, loamy earth. And so when we talk about agriculture, and, well, it's an essential service. These are essential goods. And often that sector of economic activity is forgotten, but they are essential services when we're talking about growing food, and that has to be protected. And that's obvious in my region But there are many agricultural regions across the country, and we agree that that is definitely an essential good and service. Questions and comments?
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for La Prairie. Thank you for his speech, and I commend all members of the Bloc Québécois for their contribution today. You've been very positive. We are here in this together, and I find this very, very touching. I have a question, which is, what does the member think about the level of support currently provided for small businesses? It's a concern on my part, and I would like to hear what the colleague has to say on that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank the member for her question and for her comment. As part of the negotiations on this bill, we sought to improve the lot of small and medium-sized businesses, and that is why we asked that a part of the capital costs be subsidized by the government. We don't want these people to have to borrow and to get themselves into debt and be unable to get themselves out once this crisis is over. We want them to be able to enjoy economic prosperity, so we asked the government for its support on that, and now we know that there will be subsidies for SMBs for part of their capital costs, and we always work for SMEs in Quebec because it is the economic engine of our country. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get started, I would just like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Rosemont-le-Petit. Mr. Speaker, like you and many members of Parliament here in this House today, I'm hearing concerns and fears from my constituents. They see businesses closing, they're being laid off, and they are at home taking care of their families. They are also asking the government some serious questions. They need to know that we will quickly provide the help they so desperately need. New Democrats support an increase to the wage subsidy. In fact, we've been calling for this for several weeks. But we think that it would be a wasted opportunity today to reconvene the House to deal with this issue without also dealing with the very serious gaps in the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. I'm happy that the unanimous consent motion starts to address our concerns. I want my constituents in London to know that today, together, we can make sure the programs and supports they need are provided. My staff and I have spoken with so many folks worried about how their government will keep them safe, housed, fed, and employed. It's my responsibility to voice their concerns here in this place. My team has been working tirelessly to update social media and connect with people over email and phone, getting them the information that we can, and I am so grateful to my staff for that. My constituency office is normally busy at the best of times. Many people are struggling to get the supports they need now, and too many vulnerable people won't even qualify. There are holes in the system, and that is why New Democrats continue to advocate to make the emergency benefits universal. Every week, my office receives thousands of phone calls and thousands of emails and messages from people who need support, but the programs announced thus far sadly fall short of their needs. I hear consistently from seniors and people with disabilities who are feeling the financial impact of COVID-19 through increased food costs, increased costs for the delivery of goods such as groceries, and people are being limited to 30 days of medications when they would normally receive 90 days. This means they need to spend 3 times the amount in dispensing fees, a cost unsustainable for those on a fixed income. Many veterans organizations are scrambling, including in particular London's Royal Canadian Air Force Association, the 427 Wing. This is an institution in London Fanshawe very dear to me. They not only serve veterans and provide a place to gather, but they are also the home to the Secrets of Radar and the Spirit of Flight museums. And even just the building they reside in is worth preserving as a major historical site in London. With the temporary closure due to COVID-19, they have seen a large drop in revenue. It is my fear this temporary closure won't just be temporary, and we will lose this valuable place that supports so much history and so many veterans. These institutions need our help. When it comes to COVID-19, the impact is felt by everyone, including students. While the 75% wage subsidy will keep more Canadians employed, many young Canadians are just trying to start their career or they're looking for a summer job. With more than 1 million jobs lost since COVID-19 hit, many job prospects look grim. Students typically don't have savings stored away for a rainy day, and many are graduating with crippling debt. With this pandemic, they have fewer opportunities to earn money to support themselves and pay back their loans. This is wrong, and we need to do better. New Democrats are also calling on the federal government to permanently extend the waiver of interest charges on student loans. The government shouldn't profit off the backs of and futures of our students. Not now, not ever. This is a situation that no one could have predicted and prepared for, and I'm sure all members will agree with me that no one should lose their housing, which is a basic human right during this time. From a public health perspective, if Canadians are to follow directives from the health authorities to practice social distancing and self-isolation, they must have a home in which they can quarantine. Workers who are sick cannot feel pressured to continue working and risk infecting others for fear of losing their income and the roof over their head. Given the homelessness crisis that already exists in Canada, not only do we need to have measures in place to properly house everyone, we must also do everything we can to prevent an increase in the homeless population. To protect renters, it is essential to put a nationwide moratorium on all evictions during the pandemic. As well, a temporary rent freeze period must also be imposed to protect renters from price gouging during this precarious time. My NDP colleagues and I are hearing from constituents who have just received a rent increase notice and are extremely distressed by the prospect of having to find alternate housing at this time. Mr. Speaker, whether it is seniors, people with disabilities, veterans, students, workers, or small business owners, we see people who are looking for support but finding none. As it stands, it is estimated that 862,000 Canadians who need help will get nothing through employment insurance or the government's emergency response benefit. Every day last week, the Prime Minister and the government highlighted gaps in supports, but due to the work done here today, hopefully more Canadians won't continue to fall through those cracks. However, the government needs to provide direct assistance to all Canadians immediately. The NDP is asking for the government to send a cheque of $2,000 with an additional $250 per child to every Canadian immediately. As many of my colleagues have mentioned in this House numerous times, including myself, 46% of Canadians are $200 away or less from financial insolvency. Many of those people live in my riding of London Fanshawe. By providing direct assistance to them, we can make sure this crisis doesn't turn into a catastrophe. For those who rely upon the government programs and benefits offered, like the child care benefit, to access this help, they first often have to file their taxes. If they don't, they can face being cut off. This is what happens when programs are means tested and not universal. It often results in more bureaucracy, delays, and people going without. I'm happy the government announced that they are moving the tax filing deadline. As I run a volunteer tax clinic from my constituency office, we see hundreds of people who need help to file their taxes. In my community, these tax clinics sadly have been closed, but we need to provide this vital service. As the government, on behalf of my constituents, to consider extending that deadline once again so that we can help as many people as possible to file their taxes. Simply put, a 1-month extension is not enough. Not only are people struggling, but many small businesses are facing their own crisis. I can't imagine their heartbreak to have put everything into their business. Countless hours, time with family, their life savings have gone into building their dream, and they see that now it is in danger of disappearing. They're closing their doors and trying their hardest to keep their employees paid. With income declining and bills piling up, this is becoming an impossible situation to maintain. That is why we're happy the government listened to New Democrats, Labour, and business groups to strengthen this wage subsidy. We called for this before the House sat the last time, and I'm grateful that some of the changes passed today will help get the supports flowing to small and medium-sized enterprises, charities, not-for-profits, and nonprofits. But we need to address shortfalls in this legislation, such as removing the 30% drop in revenue requirement for SMEs with fewer than 50 employees, so more could apply for the wage subsidy. We must also remove payroll limits on the $40,000 loan through the Canada Emergency Benefit Account and offer $10,000 grants immediately to help a diverse group of enterprises and ensure a faster response time for businesses to receive supports. I must say I'm relieved to see the change New Democrats pushed for to ensure that when some local organizations pay meager stipends to their volunteers, those people will still qualify for emergency benefit programs, even if they lose their jobs. New Democrats are ready to improve all benefits for all people and will keep working to make sure companies can't turn the money meant for workers into big CEO bonuses. That needs to be reflected in this legislation, though. There is always a worry of large corporations using this crisis to their benefit, and that's why there is so much concern with the government partnering with Amazon in the distribution of personal protective equipment and supplies purchased by the Canadian government. The announcement was made without consultation of postal workers, and the government's decision will put further strain on workers who are already poorly protected. Amazon uses numerous subcontractors throughout its delivery operations. Warehouse workers are also being put at risk. They're being pressured to continue working even when they get sick. As the COVID-19 crisis continues, we owe our thanks to many frontline workers, truck drivers, food production and grocery workers, pharmacy workers, EMS workers, and the healthcare providers who are working at our hospitals and long-term care facilities. They are the heroes, and these workers must have access to personal protective equipment, and their workers' rights must be respected. Also in the front lines are social workers who are working with their clients, those struggling with the lack of social and mental health supports, and who now are facing increased anxieties. Social workers are also dealing with the reality of trying to maintain social distancing at work and in shelters. Many shelters in Canada are at overcapacity at the best of times as well. How do you maintain social distancing when you don't have your own home? How do you maintain the services at Friendship and drop-in centers when you're supposed to be limiting contact? This crisis has further exposed many of the gaps in our system, especially for our most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, food banks are also in desperate need of help. We are prepared to work with the government to make sure those supports are in place to assist people in need. In conclusion, we must find a way to make sure that everyone in Canada can get through these unprecedented times with enough money to pay their bills, a job to go back to, and a safe place to live. And we need to do it as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, let us join together to pass this bill, to put the supports in place to lift each other up. Let us commit to helping one another to see us through this and move forward to strengthen our public services and social programs for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Through you, I would like to thank my colleague opposite for her remarks today, and particularly your concern with respect to homelessness. That's exactly why the government doubled the amount of funding for the Reaching Home initiative. It's also why we've announced additional funding for women's shelters in order to support the most vulnerable in our country. I would also like to thank the NDP for their support for the wage subsidy, which is going to help small and medium-sized enterprises from coast to coast to coast. It'll also help not-for-profit and charities. And I'd like to ask, through you, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague agrees that extending the wage subsidy to not-for-profits and charities is a good idea, as the government proposed.
Member for London, Fanshawe.
I would like to thank the honourable member across the way for her question. Yes, we have supported that. It's something that we were pushing for as well. There is a reality on the ground that, and I know I've heard it consistently and constantly from the people who are doing that amazing work on the ground, the food banks, people who are helping people with disabilities, seniors, all of those organizations. I am so glad that they will be able to take advantage of some of these supports, but I don't want to lose the opportunity for us to also help their clients, the most vulnerable among us in Canada, who are so reliant on those services and on those social programs and on those charities and not-for-profit organizations. So I'd like us to remember that as we move forward with changes to the CERB.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I wonder if she could comment. In my riding, I had someone reached out to me today, actually this morning. Her husband drives a bus for the TTC in Toronto. He's an essential worker, and she is a PSW at a nursing home in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, and they've had an outbreak in that nursing home. And she has to take her kids to her parents to be watched for the day, which is a big ask of her parents. And as well, she's reached out to me. She makes $550 a week. And she called me and said, you know, Scott, at the end of the day, I'm putting my kids' life at risk, my parents' life at risk for $50 a week. I just wonder if the member has some comment on the CREB in regards to that.
The honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Thank you so much to my honourable colleague for his question. I have a cousin who is a PSW worker. I've certainly heard from a lot of them in my riding as well, and from the London Transit Commission, our local bus drivers. They're really concerned with the fact that for some of their clients, those in wheelchairs, those with disabilities, they have to get really close in order to strap them in. And actually, one of our LTC drivers tested positive last week for COVID-19. So my thoughts are certainly with him and his family. I've had a lot of conversations with those frontline workers, and again, I am optimistic that after today, having heard from the Minister of Employment, that those people who are applying for more of the services that they need, more of these emergency benefits, as long as they're doing it in goodwill and good faith, that they will not be penalized in any way, that they will receive the supports that they need. And New Democrats will always be pushing for a lot more to ensure that people are protected and they receive the supports that they need.
Questions and comments. We have time. On a le temps.
We have time for one very short question. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, she mentioned it earlier, difficulties that SMEs are experiencing in her riding and elsewhere as well. What is the federal government, what could they do to help them pay their rent? Most 70% of them won't be able to pay their commercial rent on May 1st.
30 seconds or less, please.
Absolutely. I've heard from so many businesses, and they're really concerned. They don't want to take out a loan. They don't want to be behind the eight ball even more so than they already are. And so looking at rent freezes are absolutely vital to helping those small and medium-sized enterprises. I know in my riding and across the country, these businesses provide, I think, 95%, at least over 90% of the jobs in our communities. So we have to support them. We have to go further. And I'm very hopeful that the government will continue to go forward with those propositions that the NDP are putting forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to begin by insisting on the severity of this crisis that we're all facing. Neither us or our parents have lived anything in their lives like this, and I think we have to go back to the Spanish flu more than a century ago to find a similar situation. Tens of thousands of people were ill and hospitalized. Many people died. And scientists are telling us that we're relatively lucky that the mortality rate from COVID-19 wasn't higher. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. But we're all facing this situation. We have no idea when we're going to get out of it. The Canadian Parliament has been suspended, and we're just called back. Roughly 10% of us have been called back today. But there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. And in all communities, there are people experiencing very tough times. They're suffering. They're having a hard time paying their rent, as I've said, buying groceries. They're feeling anxiety. They're feeling considerable stress. And there are people, well, we're seeing community groups that are telling us that there are mental health issues that are coming up again. People might have had them in the past, and then these issues are cropping up again. And there are dramatic situations taking place with domestic violence, which mainly involve women. And that's when we ask everyone to stay home. Sometimes it's not safe for people. It's even more dangerous. So we have to do things differently. We have to be creative. We have to think outside of the box, like we say, and we have to work together, perhaps like we've never been able to do in the past. And I remember the words of the former NDP leader, the late Jack Layton, who always said we had to work together. But we can't do this as parliamentarians. I'd like to take 15 seconds to thank many ministers from the government for being so available, for quickly answering our questions, for listening, and for being open to proposals that NDP, the Bloc have made, the Conservatives as well. And often some of these proposals were retained because we want to work constructively to find solutions to help people. we're going to make suggestions to do even better, to do more. But I've seen and listening and an openness of mind that I've never seen in the past. I'd also like to thank, well, we've done it a lot in the media in recent weeks, all healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, care workers, paramedics, ambulance drivers. They're doing wonderful work on the front lines. They're taking risks, but to save lives and to take care of people. So great job. Also, city workers, bus drivers, people who are continuing to assure the operation of our cities. Thank you very much. We need you, and continue this good work. Also, all farmers and this entire supply chain. This is vital for us to get through this crisis together. I'd just like to take a step back and have a look at the crisis. There are lessons that we can always learn. There are things we can observe right away after a few weeks. We see our economy suffering and many people suffering. And the crisis has allowed us to realize two things. Inequality kills people, first. And second, we need social services and public services. That's something we're seeing. Years of financial capitalism and neoliberalism have created more vulnerable people than others, and these people often fall sicker when there's a crisis like that, and there's a greater risk of them dying. And my colleague from London, Fanshawe, said earlier, we're in a situation where inequality in our society means that many families are $200 a month away from not being able to pay their bills, and there's not enough wealth, and there are some companies that made $46 billion in profit last year, and people who hid their money in tax havens. We have vulnerable people, and when people have mental health, we don't even offer them proper care, and this means that these people end up in the street and they become homeless. And when there's a crisis like this one, these people are the first people to suffer. They're not there by chance. It wasn't just their destiny. There are political and economic choices that were made upstream that meant that these people were in this situation. In the press this morning, there was an article that said that in the U.S., Afro-Americans have a higher mortality rate from COVID-19 than the rest of the population. Why? Because they live in poor settings, in unsafe settings, and this means that there are a greater number of cardiac and diabetic issues, and they will die, more of them will die from this virus than others. And this is an example that poverty kills in a pandemic such as this. Another example that we can understand, and NDP has tried to talk about this as often as possible because many of my colleagues are concerned by this. There's the whole situation of the First Nations. They are extremely vulnerable in such circumstances. They already don't have enough social services and health services in normal circumstances. And like the NDP leader said earlier, the closest ventilator means they have to take a plane to it, and they're in a very vulnerable situation. When they have no drinking water to wash their hands, well, telling them to wash their hands with soap doesn't work. When they have a housing issue because there's overcrowding in housing, like several Indigenous communities have seen, physical distancing doesn't work either. So when a virus hits communities like these, it will be a disaster. And how come this happens? Because we've let things fall by the wayside for decades. We have to recognize this. We have to be able to seize this opportunity from this current crisis to realize that this has been the case and not make the same mistakes of the past. Another factor where this crisis has been revealing is in terms of the importance of a social security net, the importance of universal programs. No one should be left behind. And we'll have to get out of this crisis. We'll have to take care of people, find masks and gloves. But perhaps the whole idea of a guaranteed minimum salary is a good one. maybe we should collectively be able to take care of costs when there's a crisis like this one, whether it's social, a sanitary crisis, or an economic one, or sometimes we have one that's all three types at once. So we do need a robust social security net. We need a guaranteed minimum revenue income, and we have to be able to help our seniors. We're very proud in Quebec and in Canada to have a health system that is public and universal. Imagine if we were in the same situation as the Americans, where some people don't have health coverage. They can't go to the hospital because they didn't pay their bills because they're so high. The situation would be even more difficult today. We can't let the private system create a space when they deliver, in terms of delivery of certain services. Another point that is very revealing, which is a private long-term care facility in Dorval. People had poor wages and poor working conditions, and they stopped going to work. And dozens of elderly people were abandoned. It had to be the public health direction of Montreal. It took them to intervene, so to make things right in this establishment. And this because we made the decision to allow private institutions to take care of people like this. And we should really reflect upon this decision. We've seen people were allowed to die in their beds. They were thirsty, hungry, and didn't receive serious care for days. We have to collectively ensure as a society that this never happens again. And I'll wrap up because I see you're making signals, Mr. Speaker. We're looking forward to things returning back to normal. But as progressives say that it's not good for us to go back to things as they were. We have to benefit from this situation to change things fundamentally for the better, to not repeat the neoliberal mistakes of the past by cutting public services. We have to give people proper working conditions. So for us, going back to normal, we don't want that to happen. We want to do even better. Things will go better, and we'll even do better. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Argenté, La Petite Nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie for his speech. It was a historic speech, and I heard my colleague say that we have to fully cooperate, and yes, we've done that since the beginning. We had the before, the during, and the after, and would my colleague not agree that for the period after, we'll have to continue to strongly cooperate? All parties of this House will have to work together to get through this crisis, to make things better for the future, to be properly prepared. The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm wondering, did he not, if he's not asking me to speak softer at the next question period. But anyway, as an individual and collectively, we have to take stock of this crisis to take better decisions going forward. There's always good ideas from every political party coming forward, and we have to admit that. And what's important is that we're able to take care of our people, take care of Canadians, and to ensure prosperity and do things differently to make sure the errors of the past aren't repeated. I appreciate his comment. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie for his wonderful speech. And he mentioned the issue of inequality, and he mentioned the issue of big bank profits and tax havens. In terms of inequality, we've seen that during this crisis, there'll be colossal amounts invested in the banking system, and maybe we'll be even buying back these assets to help banks. So big banks, should they not also do their share by, for example, stopping to use tax havens to not pay their taxes in Canada? Thank you very much. The member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Excellent suggestion. And yes, sometimes there's all sorts of profits that pile up that are quite indecent. Some people are poor and they don't even have the basic minimum to live. So if they're giving funds to banks to avoid bankruptcies and massive job losses. Banks have to stop making game plans to hide profits in tax havens so they don't pay their taxes in Canada. We need this money, exactly, to be able to pay for the social safety net that we so greatly need. So any assistance, particularly in big sectors like this and in the oil and gas sector, should have strings attached so that we collectively benefit from this afterwards. Questions and comments?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, a brief question, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I agree with what he said entirely. Neoliberalism is now dead. Would he not agree? The honourable member.
That's a statement with a lot of historical weight behind it. I hope that I will have the same kind of wisdom to come to the same conclusion that as a society and a community, we get weaker when we rely only on neoliberalism. Before we continue, I believe there's a point of order.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to everyone in the House for this indulgence. On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, following consultations with all parties, I would like to seek unanimous consent as follows: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, paragraph R of the order adopted earlier today be replaced with the following: the government implement measures without delay to address gaps in the Canada Emergency Response Benefit or other programs existing or proposed to address the needs of seasonal workers, those who have exhausted their EI benefits, students, owner-operators, those who continue to receive a modest income from part-time work, royalties and honoraria, and that, in addition, the government work to ensure essential workers who receive low wages will receive additional income support during this time of crisis, and commit that those who have applied in good faith for and receive benefits through CERB or other programs to support them through this crisis will not be unjustly penalized.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what a wonderful note on which to rise to speak today, to see the paragraph that I was initially so pleased to see in the unanimous consent motion, that the government would implement measures without delay. So much improved through our unanimous work again. I want to thank the NDP for taking the lead in making sure that benefits are going to people for whom there were gaps. Clearly, the Minister for Employment and the Cabinet, the Minister of Finance, have been working hard to try to address gaps. Before I get too far into discussing what we've done here today and what we've been doing as parliamentarians, I do want to pause and thank, and on behalf of the Green Party of Canada, all of the essential workers in this country. The frontline workers, particularly those in the healthcare professions, our doctors, our nurses, our first responders, and our personal care workers who go into senior homes. There are so many people right now without whom we couldn't self-isolate in safety. We couldn't practice our social distancing without truck drivers who made sure there was food on the shelves, the people in our grocery stores who make sure that the shelves are stocked, the efforts that have been made to stop hoarding, to make sure that we look out for each other. But essential workers in this context include some people that we often don't stop to celebrate. They tend to be those people who are lower paid workers. And in this moment of deep gratitude, I just want to express on behalf, I think, of all of us again, our gratitude. And it's particularly concerning that we not allow these people to be unprotected, the term PPE, which is now at the tip of our tongues, personal protective equipment, wasn't something we talked about. We should have learned the lessons from SARS. We can always look back and say, and I worked with Sheila Basra. I love Sheila Basra. The SARS work and the commissions at the time warned us and told us that we would need to be ready for another pandemic and that we shouldn't let these supplies run low. I'm not going to do a blame game. It's human nature. The farther we got away from the SARS pandemic, the less we went to check how much is stored in our shelves. Do we have enough N95 masks? Do we have enough gowns and gloves? Are we protecting our frontline workers enough? We still have a crisis. There are still places and people and hospitals and senior care homes that are crying out for this protective equipment, and they're crying out as we gather here. I thank them for what they're doing. We do it every day at home. I get out on my balcony I'm on 2nd Street in Sydney, and all around me, it's when I know my neighbors are still home. You can hear them banging on pots and pans. The streets of my community, Sydney by the Sea, are empty. But at 7 p.m., there are people in the marina blowing their boat horns, and we bang our pots and pans. So I just want to say to all those healthcare workers across Canada, we all want to thank you. I also want to thank my caucus members. I would split my time if I could, but the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith is in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The honourable member for Fredericton is in Fredericton. She is still self-isolating from her last trip to Ottawa, and New Brunswick rules require she stay put. The honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith wasn't able to make the trip. I'm enormously grateful to be here, and while I'm expressing gratitude, I want to thank the honourable Minister for Employment for giving me a lift. And I also have to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition, because I think it was more or less his plane. But it's a new term for me. We plane pooled. We stopped in, was a Fredericton to Victoria to Regina. It's not a regularly scheduled thing. And I was glad that Jill and the kids could come along too. It was a family event as we made our way here. And I'm so grateful because I booked all my commercial flights. And I have to say, I mean, I know everybody, I feel so privileged and so grateful because, I mean, it's a special position to be able to know a government plane is going to pick you up. I didn't expect it. And I have to say, I was kind of semi-terrified about the transits I was going to make through 4 airports. So I have a lot of reasons for being grateful right now. And with that, I want to move on to talking about this legislation. We are working hard as MPs. I know every single member of government is working hard, and I want to also include in that the civil servants. I've never before, I mean, I'm used to working 7 days a week, but I'm not used to getting an email back from staff at the civil servant level of the Western Diversification Office when I write about a routine grant that has a 30-day window, because people are working at home. Civil servants too, thank you. I know you're working Saturdays and Sundays because you answer my emails on Saturdays and Sundays. This is an extraordinary time. But I wish, and I'm not sure how others in this place will feel about it, but I do want to say publicly, I think we're eventually going to need the Emergencies Act. I know the Premier said no. I think we're eventually going to wish we'd had it in place. The public welfare portion of the Emergencies Act, it's not the War Measures Act of old. I read it for the first time a couple weeks ago and thought, this is what legislation to deal with an emergency looks like when it's not written by people in the middle of an emergency. So it's thoughtful. It doesn't suspend our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It doesn't send the Army in anywhere, and it respects provincial jurisdiction and the use of provincial police forces. But I'll just give you one example that's on my heart right now, which is that the community I represent, Saanich Gulf Islands, the Gulf Islands are being inundated with visitors who are coming in by ferry, and even though BC Ferries says don't come unless your trip is essential, these small communities are really feeling it. The grocery store shelves empty out with people from urban areas coming to visit. I know it's happening in cottage country. I'm sure the Muskokas are experiencing the same thing. Get out of the city and go to your cottage. But the healthcare systems and services in these more remote and rural communities can't handle the kind of inundation of people that's happening now. So I just want to flag with my colleagues here, the way the Emergencies Act works, it can be invoked, doesn't need new legislation, it can be invoked by Governor and Council, but when Parliament is in recess, it must be recalled within 7 days to discuss and debate it. So in an ideal world, just as a precaution, I would have liked us to discuss it and debate it today while we're here, so we have it in our back pocket if we need it, because I'm not certain that at some point in the coming weeks we won't wish we had it, to make sure that we had a national priority system for distribution of ventilators and N95 masks, that we didn't have the capacity to say we need to stop people from going into these smaller communities that can't handle an influx of population right now. But that brings us to the bill we do have in front of us. And I think it is time to think about transformational change. The honourable member from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie was pointing this out a moment ago. We're doing things now in real time so fast that, those of us who've been parliamentarians for a while would not have been able to imagine that government could roll out these programs so fast. It's an extraordinary tribute to hard work, thinking outside the box, being liberated from some constraints, because the pandemic of COVID-19 is a bigger threat than anything we faced in short term. I do make the parenthetical comment that the climate crisis is still a larger threat to human civilization than this pandemic. But this has caused civil servants, ministers, and opposition members to think in different ways. This has caused my conservative friends, like the member for Carleton, on conference calls we've had, to be the voice that says, what about the small credit unions? What about helping those small credit unions, not just the big ones? And I thought to myself, you shouldn't ever make assumptions about people. I didn't think that was something the member for Carleton would say, but sure enough, concern for all of us and the basic needs of all has risen to the top. As I said earlier today, this experience has shown us that life is more important than money. La vie est plus importante.
Life is more important than money. It's fundamental in a culture that we always think about the economy and protecting it.
Our economy, we have to rebuild our economy, but not at the cost of human lives. So we know what's important. In looking at this, I hope that we can agree at some point that a guaranteed livable income is what the country needs. As other members have mentioned, in normal times, not everybody can pay their bills. In normal times, kids who should be able to go to university can't afford it. In normal times, too many people fall between the cracks. We can fix those cracks. We can fix those gaps. And the Green Party of Canada has, from way before I was involved with it, stood for a guaranteed livable income. On doit avoir...
There has to be a guaranteed living income for a level of subsidy where everyone can live sustainably.
Hope we will come back to. For now, what we have in C-13 went quite far towards looking at gaps, but recognized that they remained. And that's why we're back for C-14. I'm pleased to see the wage subsidy increase to 75%. I'm pleased to see the tweaking around definitions of what's an eligible employee to make sure we didn't accidentally create a one-day mistake. I'm pleased to see the changes around eligible entity and, of course, around the qualifying periods. This makes the whole program much more accessible to more companies, employers who are able to give that wage subsidy. But it doesn't deal with every situation, not even still. If there's one thing that trying to come up with legislation to meet every circumstance and fill every gap the way we're doing it, one thing it shows is one size won't fit all. Even when we're talking about senior homes, I received an email today from Meadow Lane. It's a seniors home on Salt Spring Island, but it's run as an independent living facility. So it's not within the health authorities, but it has additional costs, and it's a not-for-profit society, so how do they handle these additional costs? They're not one of the ones that has deep pockets. Obviously, the costs are going up. The workers are stretched. They need to buy more masks, more gowns. They don't have a revenue reduction because people are still in the homes, right? So not every circumstance is fitted yet to our best efforts in this place. Similarly, I've talked to businesses that are venture capital businesses. They've got their venture capital. They're on the verge of a breakthrough. But the BDC venture capital model isn't working for them because their venture capital comes from firms that aren't in the recognized group from within the BDC plan. We need some flexibility there too. We need to be able to say, if you're on the verge of really taking off in your business, we shouldn't be restricting where you get your money. Now, speaking of money, I did want to pick up on a point made by the Honourable Member for Burnaby South earlier today, which is the banks. The Minister of Finance has clearly been exerting maximum diplomacy on the banks, getting them to say, okay, we'll let you have longer to pay on your mortgage. But the 6 big banks are misusing his good faith. I'll put it that way. They're not so profitable for nothing. Last year's profit of the 6 big banks in Canada came to $46 billion. It's 10 years in a row now that they make more money year on year than they made the year before. Well, we can see why. They're saying to people, well, you don't have to pay your mortgage for a while, but when you pay it, we're going to get you. This is not Team Canada. This is not the spirit we want to see. I think it's about time that the large banks were taxed at a level. We tax our big banks less than other countries in the G7. Why? I guess we like them. I'm not sure they like us. I would love to see the Minister of Finance convene by conference call all the country's credit unions and ask, what are you capable of doing? What would you be able to do to help the small businesses in this country avoid bankruptcy? What would you be able to do to get the money up front that wasn't a loan so they could pay their rent so they don't go under? The fixed costs of businesses. I grew up in my family business as a kid, and through my 20s, I waitressed and cooked in my family restaurant on the Cabot Trail, which was a seasonal business. I think about what would happen now, thinking about my parents. If this had hit us then, I don't know what we would have done. We would have had 35 seasonal employees we couldn't hire. We would have been wondering, do we open or not? What the heck do we do with all the things we have to pay for no matter what? That's what I'm hearing from businesses in my riding now. Someone called me the other day. Well, the email he sent just about broke my heart. He said, described himself, and I won't give any details, well, nothing biographical, but he said, I'm a 250-pound man. I'm covered in tattoos. And this morning I went to the bathroom and shut the door so my kids wouldn't hear me crying. He's got businesses, and plural, that can't open right now, and no way to pay the rent on them. All of his life savings, he's already indebted. Small business is going to need more than what we've got here. Now, I'm encouraged because the unanimous consent motion does speak to short-term support measures for Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises that will be partially non-refundable. I think we have to work on how much is part. We have to do way more. If we want to get out of this, which we do as a country with businesses that run in the black, we can't let them they won't go into deeper debt. I know they won't. They're already telling me, if I take a $40,000 loan without interest, I won't be able to pay it back. And then I'll go bankrupt later. This is a real concern, and it's coming from the heart. There are other issues that matter to us across this country. We know one size doesn't fit all in any category. But I do want to, before my time is elapsed, thank everyone in the government and the provincial governments, and particularly our public health officers, from Dr. Theresa Tam to Dr. Bonnie Henry in BC and back again across this country, Dr. Strang in Nova Scotia. I mean, these guys, they're now our daily friends on TV. We see them more than we see, well, I don't know, who did we used to watch on TV? We now know who we can look to for advice. We can look to those public civil servants whose job is public health. And I'm enormously grateful to all of them because I think, as every Canadian has witnessed, they are also working round the clock.
It's now clear that we're in an extraordinary situation. We have to come up with solutions together. We need to continue working together. We need to look for ways to work as members of Parliament in a virtual Parliament. I'm not sure how that is even possible, but clearly the impossible is now becoming possible.
Completely impossible. I mentioned earlier the fact that Doug Ford says the Deputy Prime Minister is his therapist. These kinds of things would not have been considered possible a short time ago. So we need to work together. On behalf of the Green Party caucus, you have my word that we will do whatever we can. We have been forwarding advice, complaints, ideas, worries, and I have to say, when we forwarded them to a listening ear. And for that, we're grateful. We need to be, in this crisis, which does not at this point have a clear end in sight, able to say to every one of our constituents, every Canadian, and permanent residents, and the foreign students, I'm very worried for them. Anyone right now, we want you to know, if you're living in Canada, we've got your back. And if you feel that no one is there for you right now, don't worry. Reach out to us. Tell us what you need. We'll fight for you. Merci mille fois.
Thank you. And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Okanagan-Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank my fellow British Columbia for her presentation. She did mention at the front end of the speech that her support for having the Emergencies Act activated. Again, that has never been done under the Emergencies Act. And usually, if one would look at it, it would only be when a province or territory was unable or unwilling to deal with a crisis. And currently, I would just say, from speaking to most of my constituents, they would all say that in British Columbia, things are happening well. In fact, Mr. Speaker, maybe some people would simply say the gaps right now are being done by the federal government and their way that they've handled our borders, particularly at the airports, Mr. Speaker, because both Premier Kenney and Premier Horgan have actually sent their officials because they do not trust that the federal government has done their job. So in fact, maybe they would actually like a reverse Emergencies Act. So rather than the federal government taking over a provincial situation, the provincial government could take over a federal situation. Could the member please tell us where these gaps are that she sees, particularly in British Columbia?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my friend from Okanagan-Similkameen Nicola. Well, the example I just gave, and it's top of the news round the clock at home in BC right now, is the influx of people on BC ferries. Now, is that provincial issue? Should John Horgan have sent the RCMP to stop people from boarding ferries? It seems to us that there are still gaps, and the Emergencies Act, if nothing else, is about making sure the gaps are dealt with, and there's a national set of directives. Right now, we have different provincial directives depending on where you live, when you self-isolate, whether you wear a mask. I don't want to make too much of it because I think we're pulling together quite well. But in this instance, I would tell you that the Salt Spring Island Harbor Authority reached out to me and said, we want to be able to say that we're not taking any tourist vessels in Ganges Harbor this weekend. Where do we get the authorities to do that? Now, those should be federal because it's Transport Canada, but it's hard to find the rules and the regulations. So I would say in British Columbia right now, I also don't think that the work camps should be open for Site C, for coastal natural gas. There are COVID-19 cases coming out of those work camps, and that exemption has been allowed by the provincial government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member from Saanich Gulf Islands has spoken about the really unprecedented collaboration between all members of this House in addressing the challenge all Canadians face. And so I really just wanted to take this opportunity to thank her colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, for his support in our work with the United States. He pointed out directly to me the essential role which a pulp mill in his riding plays in supplying the U.S. medical equipment supply chain. Thanks to him, I got in touch with the CEO of that pulp mill, Levi Sampson, and that conversation proved to be very, very helpful in our conversations with our American neighbors. So thank you very much to the Greens, and particularly to the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for being so involved and so helpful.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
I have to say what a distinct honor it is, and I was going to mention it, and I thought, well, that was a private conversation I'd had with the Deputy Prime Minister, and I wasn't sure I should mention the role of the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. My favourite thing about his alert to the government that, by the way, the Harmac mill in Nanaimo makes essential parts of the 3M masks that were at that time creating a conflict between the United States and Canada. But I love the subject line, so forgive me for just sharing that the memo that the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith sent the Deputy Prime Minister was titled Fun Fact.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have a very specific question. In order to qualify for the wage subsidy, you have to prove that you've lost your income. For not-for-profits or food banks or other volunteers, it can be hard to prove. For food banks, they might actually have an increase in revenues because there's been an increase in donations. So should the government not make an exception for community groups and specifically food banks when it comes to proving income loss? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I fully agree with my colleague from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. In this country, we're an industrialized, wealthy country. We should, once and for all, eliminate poverty. It is possible.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from one end of the country to another, let me perhaps provide some help. I too have ferries in New Brunswick Southwest. On Sunday, last Sunday, the federal government put in place, extended the Quarantine Act. It is now actually a federal regulation that gives ferry owner-operators the ability to restrict people who take the ferries to get across this country. So that power is already there. And on that note, this is a concern I have about the Emergencies Act, is that already municipal workers, ferry workers, provincial workers have power that the federal government has granted, and I do not believe we should rush to enact the Emergencies Act when powers already exist. They just aren't being utilized, perhaps because they're not known, but there is the ability to restrict people traveling on ferries today, thanks to the work the federal government's done.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you to my colleague from New Brunswick Southwest. I'm sure that this discussion we've just had will make it to the news in British Columbia, and the question will then go to BC Ferries. Why are you not referencing the Quarantine Act to ensure that people who are not on essential business traveling to the Gulf Islands or elsewhere throughout BC? I know that Haida Gwaii has been very clear. The Council of Haida Nation has not wanted visitors coming to their territories. We need to make sure that the tools that are available are well known to all, and I thank my honourable friend.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her nice speech. I'd like to ask, right now, this is an unprecedented health crisis accompanied by a terrible economic crisis. We're working hard to get out of this crisis as quickly as possible. There was an economist who was talking about the destruction of creation, and every time we are faced with a crisis, they said, when we get out of the crisis, an opportunity we can seize to better design the future of our economy. In her opinion, when we do start to get out of this crisis, will it be the opportunity to accelerate the switch to a green economy? I'd like to thank my colleague from Joliette. I agree with him entirely. Now, it's not just possible, but essential to shift to a green economy. It's possible because after this pandemic is over and after this health crisis ends, we'll still be facing a climate emergency. We'll have to take action to save our economy with investment in renewable energy and in green technology and for the economy of the future. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. We've got time for about a 30-second question, a 30-second answer.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So I was so happy to hear that the member across was talking about universal basic income, and I'm hoping that as we can work forward and together, that's maybe something that we continue to work for. So those frontline workers that we talk about, the people that are working in the grocery store, they're stocking shelves, they're working in the pharmacies, those people are often paid minimum wage. So I would actually like to ask the member how, if she agrees that this a future, something that we can work on as well, is that the federal government implement a livable federal minimum wage.
For Saanich Gulf Islands in 30 seconds or less, please.
It's an easy answer in 30 seconds. The member for London Fanshawe, yes, of course. It was in our platform as Greens, but we go way back in believing we don't like to use the term universal basic income because we want to make sure that when we go to a guaranteed livable income, it's actually at a level where people can live on it but know that they can earn more, and then their taxation rates will kick in, and Canada as a whole will be stronger, more resilient when we actually have a society where nobody falls through the cracks.
It being 6 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. Monsieur Morneau, appuyé par
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Bless, moved that Bill C-14, a second act respecting certain measures in response to COVID-19, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to... Okay, okay, I take it that's a yes. On division. On division? On division? Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to a committee of the whole pursuant to order made earlier today, Bill C-14, a second act respecting certain measures in response to COVID-19 is deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage on division, deemed read a third time and passed on division. I want to thank everyone, and today has been,
Third reading of this bill. Okay. Done. I'd like to thank everyone.
An exceptional day. In the midst of exceptional times. A few weeks ago, the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North, and Assistant Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, presided over the Chamber as a small group of members gathered to pass emergency legislation that would help Canadians cope with some of the devastating effects of the global pandemic that has hit this country.
Today, I have the privilege to be here with you all, members and employees, and I'd like to thank you on my behalf and on behalf of our parliamentary colleagues. I'd like to thank you for your presence and your work for Canadians.
To carry out our work today because of the support of all these essential employees of the House Administration, the Library of Parliament, and the Parliamentary Protective Services. We are grateful for your help under these challenging circumstances.
On behalf of my colleagues, I'd also like to express my recognition for the healthcare workers and to all those who are ensuring the proper functioning of our essential structures.
Colleagues, keep safe, keep well, and we'll get through this together. I want to wish all of you a happy Easter, a happy Passover, and have a great weekend. Merci beaucoup à vous tous.
Thank you very much.
We do this officially before everybody leaves. Accordingly, pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, April 20th, 2020 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.